Good morning, ladies and gents, and welcome to the MENA qualifier here for Elite League. We're looking at a tight package of 3 days, and one of these four teams, as we only have four teams here in this qualifier compared to the other regions having a lot more, we have one slot available for one of these lucky teams. Of course, some spicy ones in the mix, but we'll get to talk about those in just a moment because I want to introduce you to not just me. You're not here to listen to me. You're here to listen and look at this handsome fella. We got Wagamama here in the casting booth. Waga, how are you doing? Finland and Sweden unite in the casting booth.
Yeah, we're joining in here to watch some hopefully exciting Dota. I'm happy to be here, Tipan. It's gonna be fun to cast together. We haven't gotten to do this before, so it's something to look forward to here. But yeah, we'll see. These games, a little bit of a question mark, which can be exciting. It's like opening some Christmas present here. Is it gonna be good? Is it gonna be completely shit? We'll see what we get. We've got Winter Bear going up against Gamax. There are some players, that I've seen before and see what they can do, but there's also a lot that I don't know, some unknown variables going into this.
Yeah, I remember Winter Bear kind of hyped up by Suns fan a couple of times. It's basically from his region. The rosters changed a bit here and there, and we actually have a lot of European players added into the mix for this particular qualifier. We've got Nigma Galaxy. Of course, they're expected to win this qualifier, and we're basically, I would say, realistically looking for a challenger for them. The second ups to the Falcons, who are literally at the top. So MENA is actually, they're at the top. The rest are quite far away. So it's an interesting setup, basically, for these teams. Nigma Galaxy, Winter Bear, AdoNis, and, like you said, Gamax Esports Saudi, who are playing right now. And I could actually throw you guys into the draft because we are live with our first best of three of the day. I want to remind all of you people that this is a rolling schedule. So once this series is finished, we have a tiny break, and the next one kicks off right after. So no extra wait time for all of you people. Just Dota, Dota, Dota. And that's beautiful to see.
Yeah, love being on a rolling schedule, so we just have the action as soon as possible. But yeah, I guess we are looking at the draft here, and we see, stuff that's a little bit different perhaps than what we've seen mostly in the highest league. Chen, for instance, not being respect banned here in the first phase by anyone, and this hero almost never gets through first phase. This is a surprise to me that he didn't get banned.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that because Chen has been banned by a lot of teams in the first phase. Normally, you see, do we target the offlaner? Do we get just rid of, 4 offlane heroes? Maybe a support added into the mix, like a Vengeful Spirit, which is a classic to ban out. You've got a couple of these mid-ish, carry-ish type of heroes to get rid of. And there's only so many bans to go through, so obviously something's going to go through into the draft. But first picking a Chen,
10 seconds to pick.
There's a lot of Chen fans out there who are happy with this one.
Yeah, Chen usually is sitting about 90+% ban rate right now in almost everything that's played in Dota. Like we're talking almost 100% ban in some scenarios. So getting to see him go through, this hero is a powerhouse ever since his little rework, getting his new ability, being able to give more heal amplification and armor. That armor buff from the E is just absurd. It makes it so hard to burst the hero.
Hurry.
So we'll see how Winter Bear can play off the tempo they get from that. The reason he got through as well is because Gamax Saudi doing a bit of a surprising move there, banning Puck and Invoker. 2 heroes that, usually you might not want to focus on both of them in the first phase.
Yeah, and I think that is, directly targeting Mikey, the mid laner who helped out, I think it was Shopify Rebellion in some tournament last year. It might have actually been, I'm not sure if it was a Gamers Galaxy or some other tournament that they played, that they had Mikey stand in for, but was like, yeah, this guy's looking better than the ex mid laner basically from Shopify, and that's a lot said, so he's being targeted.
Yeah, Mikey he's a good player, and Puck is one of those heroes that can completely take over a game. So if you're respecting that someone has the the skill level to take over a series, then giving a bit of respect towards that specific hero can make sense. But you do put yourself at risk now against the Chen, the tempo that can come with it. So we'll see how Gamax Saudi are going to prepare for the tempo that Winter Bear are going to have. So Centaur and Hoodwink, 2 good fighting heroes, also pretty nice offlane combo. They're showing their entire offlane, sure, but this is a nice reaction to Winter Bear banning out Lifestealer in the first phase. A hero that could lane against the Centaur pretty well.
So how do you feel about Centaur and Hoodwink as a duo? Because it's Obviously, you got two of, I wouldn't say the strongest, I wouldn't really say the strongest offlane duos that you have out there, because I've seen this lane also fall apart a couple times, and that's usually if you see like an Undying come up against you, but you already see the Chen that's kind of locked in as your pause 5 most of the cases, so you don't have to worry about it. Like, you throw Decays on Hoodwink, he drops to like 400 max HP, suddenly you're not a threat at all on Hoodwink, and Centaur, who doesn't like to play against it, so I feel like you kind of secured yourself a good lane compared to what you're going up against, even if you don't know what the carry is going to be yet.
Yeah, I think it's a nice 1-2 punch. You just have the chain stun, of the bushwhack into the center stomp, and you got a lot of damage that can deal AoE damage as well against Chen if he gets some creeps later on. And even the armor is not going to be that effective at saving you when Centaur and Hoodwink brings so much magic damage. So it's a nice combo, but it does give Winterbear the chance to counterpick with their carry. We'll see what they want to go for. They pick up the Kunkka first here, which is going to give them a way to catch against the Centaur ulti and against Hoodwink. Very elusive heroes, so now having that X mark is huge for them.
And some nice disruption as well, considering Kunkka's item timings too, because when you want to start using Stampede offensively, it means that you're going to bring in the numbers, and if you can time your Ags, or even later on when you do have that Aghanims up, a lot of disruption in the team fight, catching multiple people with that Torrent Storm. And that is a very early-ish type of Coddle pick coming out, like already in the second phase double pick for the first pick team. What do you think about this one?
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of a flex here. I mean, Coddle is being played so much mid. It's a very strong mid hero right now. So I would almost suspect this is going to be like a mid Coddle with potential Kunkka going towards the off lane. But they do have the flex here. They can put Kunkka mid, they can put Coddle mid, they can even put the two of them on the off lane together and pick another mid altogether. So Winterbear keeping their draft pretty open here by going for this. And I kind of like it what they're doing. That it's a lot of team fight emphasis with Kunkka and the Coddle. And I think that's what you're going to need against what Gamax Saudi have opened with here.
Yeah, they're bringing out the techies this time, and of course, now you have the option of swapping either the Hoodwink or the techies to the safe or off lane. I like Centaur techies more, personally, than the Centaur Hoodwink lane. But of course, you can always put the techies as a 5. That will also help you brawl in the lane if you get yourself an aggressive carry, for example. That if the Ursa matchup looks good, for example, you could pick something like that along the side of benefiting from a slow and a stun, allowing you to poke and trade and maybe even get some kills of your own in the lane. They just don't know what the full matchup is yet. It could be the Kunkka at put as a 3, but of course it's a full-on flex pick, so Gamax Saudi, they're going to have to reveal their cards with this one. If they pick up their carry now, they'll at least know what Winterbear want to do with this Kunkka. Is he going to be going up against a particular matchup or not?
Yeah, so they're going to go with Jug. So that kind of tells us that most likely it's going to be Tekis and Juggernaut. You get a very good slow in the Techie Sticky mine. So pairing up the Jug and Tekis on the bottom lane or on the safe lane makes a lot of sense for them. And this kind of shows the full side lanes, at least for Winterbear, and they can finally bring out what counter they want to this Centaur Hoodwink lane. What is it that they want to run? And they banned out carries. They banned out the Sven, they banned out the Lifestealer. I wonder what they want to play themselves here. Gonna go with a tempo hero that matches Chen very well. This is a classic duo, the Chen and Luna together, because their timing is very, very good together.
Yeah, I do like the way that they're approaching this. Also, a hero that not necessarily ends up being in that much peril versus the Centaur Warrunner, because there are matchups where if you play a melee core into Centaur, you're not necessarily going to have the greatest of times because you're forced to fight a lot, and Centaur, if they put techies or Hoodwink paired up with him, it means you're going to take a lot of damage. You need to bring in the sustain. Chen would have his hands filled just AFK sitting that lane instead of having the freedom to go to the jungle a bit. And now you can ditch that bottom lane, that safe lane at some point for the dire side, because Chen doesn't need to live there entirely. Luna, if you get a good start, you can just get your glaive points up and move out of that lane as soon as possible and still have great farm for yourself. But if they can protect that lane, get even more creep waves for the Luna to safely farm, slow down the Centaur push, you don't necessarily lose your safe lane tower. I feel like Winterbear, they have the capabilities of defending Kunkka, Coddle. These are really good for defensive turnarounds too.
They are. We'll see how it plays out. A lot of it comes down to what we're gonna see coming in from the mid. As
Oh
usually
yeah.
those mid hero rotations are what solidifies the first tower take.
Dyer's banned.
So we'll see exactly what Gamax are gonna bring to the party here. Of course, first though, it's gonna be Winterbear with their pick. So they kind of have to show their hand here because the Caudle, the Kunkka, you know, we've said it. It's a bit of question mark what's gonna happen, but the flex potential is going to end with this, and Gamax will get the
10
chance
seconds
to pick the best last pick for them possible.
Yeah,
5
both teams
seconds
suspecting
remain.
mid picks for the time being, trying to get themselves the best matchup here. It is Winterbear revealing their pick first, and then we'll know where the Caudle is going. Is he going to stay support, or is that going to be put into the mid position? Or what happens to the Kunkka? Well, Gamax Saudi, they do have the last pick of this this first game draft, and already looking, they have some team fight potential already added into the mix. They have some good split push going on, but nobody really hits objectives safely on this team. So we'll see what they take as an approach. But Winterbear, it's theirs first, and they're kind of low on time, so not a lot of time to think here.
I like what they're doing. Good choice to just be disciplined, ban out the Huskar here. You know, the opponent have last pick, and you're not sure what's going to come out here. If you want to run a mid Kunkka, for instance, then Huskar would be devastating to it, so it takes away all that potential. And if you want to run something like, you know, Ember or whatever aggressively from mid, then that's also impossible into Huskar.
Yeah.
So this kind of signals that it's most likely not Caudle mid, because Caudle doesn't actually mind Huskar that much. Lane is a little bit hard, but you also rush Spirit Vessel, and the hero is pretty good against him overall.
There you have it. So the worst matchups taken out, as they saw the Puck ban before and what followed after. They get the Ember Spirit, but an instant Viper response coming out from Gamax Saudi. That's going for Shushu. So what do you think about this one? You know, 24th Viper pick?
I mean, this is a Finnish classic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the most Finnish hero
I
I
know
can
you were
think
going to
of.
say that.
Nice green hero coming in here. Yeah, Uker is smiling somewhere out there. You know, we got a nice counter, even though Huskar was banned. Viper's still a very rough matchup for any melee hero in mid. So Mikey, you know, he'll have to put those skills to the test here. It's not an easy lane. Maybe rotations towards mid could be big to look towards as well. Help with the bounty runes, or water runes even, to try and control some of the mid balance here.
Also, like, you got a couple comfort heroes in the game, like Mikey with the Ember Spirit. You have Lowdown with the Chen. I know that he's been dying to get this hero out from time to time because he's been forced to play heroes like, you know, the Jakiro. It's just like you have a sole objective in this game. You need to help out, slow down a sniper or something like that. But now you get to play Chen. You have a bit more freedom. And I feel like a player of his, I wouldn't say caliber. I guess I could say caliber in this particular series because he brings in the experience of playing against like some of the top teams. Has played in a multitude of East European and European teams together. I think he was also playing with Bait in North American DPC, playing against Artur and the boys at 1.2. When you get this comfortable hero on a player like that, I feel like you can do a lot to dictate and command what your team wants to do, and you have a great tempo lineup here in Winterbear.
Yeah, for sure. And it's nice. It's nice to have, you know, an experienced player on a hero like Chen, like you said, because he will have a pretty clear game plan. Chen nowadays is not super flashy necessarily in how you execute it, but it is a hero with great options for where to go, where to fight, and sort of dictate the early game. Up until like minute 25 or something, Chen is super oppressive. And in a good game where you execute those early moves correctly, he does even scale pretty nicely into the mid game at least. Late game, he kind of falls off. But ideally, there's not going to be a late game. That's sort of what you aim for when you pick Chen.
So what do you feel like? Who's going to have the better timings in this game if we just look at the draft on paper?
Well, obviously, a mid matchup is very favoring Gamax here with the Viper into Ember pick. So that's going to help them a little bit. But I think with the draft that we have overall here by Winterbears, I still think they will take over the game in the post laning stage, unless there's some upset, you know. A lot of it comes down to the question marks, though. The Juggernaut and Techie's lane, how much can they do on their lane? How powerful is it going to be? You know, it's not the easiest time ever going against the Kunkka as well. He can bring a lot of damage. The Tidebringer spam is gonna be quite annoying for a melee hero to deal with.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We're still waiting and sitting on a pause here, waiting for the first game to kick off between Gamax Saudi and the Radiant, and of course Winter Bear on the dire side of the map. And since we're paused, it might be a good moment for me to quickly bind my zoom in and zoom out buttons. There we go. So something you always forget. This is my first day as a producer after a very long time, so this will be me missing every first blood. Waga's gonna give me crap about it, but it doesn't matter. You guys let me know how we're doing here, because we're gonna have a lot of fun for the next 3 days with these MENA qualifiers. Do you call it MENA, or is it just MENA?
I've just been saying MENA, but yeah, maybe, yeah. It sounds easier to say. I'm not even sure, but it's what I prefer to go with. But yeah, I'll try and do my best to distract you. You know, pull you some question when I see action is about to break out.
So tell me about the intrigueness of this Mage Slayer in this particular game. It's like, all right, let's go on a rabbit hole dive here.
Exactly. Or I could ask you to recount which power runes have spawned in the current cycle of runes. That's a good one too.
Sure. I'll give you some history about ice hockey between Finland and Sweden while we go to that.
You know the power runes, an interesting thing here while we're paused is that due to the rune spawning in cycles, you can actually get back-to-back same rune nowadays, which wasn't possible before the cycle of runes. So you can get like DD rune and then another similar rune spawning afterwards.
Yeah.
Curious.
We actually reminded me about DD rune now that you talk about it. A bit of a segue to that was since it's now amplified damage, and Slardar ulti used to be amplified damage, and now it's corrosive haze, and now we have double damage replaces amplified damage. How do you feel about that? You know, what's the next amp damage going to be?
Yeah,
already looking in the future.
I'm not sure what's coming, but I will tell you one thing. I'm mad as hell. T-Panda, I'm mad as hell that it's not 100% damage increase anymore.
It's not.
80 plus 15. Why is it 95%
Why is
damage
it 95?
increase?
Yeah.
They ruined DD Rune forever, man. Like, this is unacceptable. It will not stand.
It's such a weird number, too. It's like, why did they come up with that? But who knows? You know, Ice Frog's great brain. There's something to it. There has to be something to it.
I mean, it's yeah, just make it 25% spell amp like a rapier. Why not? The rapier seems to be pretty hot this patch after all. So, had some DD.
There was an interesting discussion about rapier actually. What if it was a toggle between damage and spell amp?
Oh yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. I think that might solve the problem, because I've been thinking about it during this patch. Like, there's no way you can keep the rapier and the brooch working the way it does right now forever, because it's absurd.
It's
Mars
game-breaking.
can absolutely just take over games very, very easily. And, you know, you can say, oh, but it's so high risk. It's not that high risk, though. I've played it quite a bit, and I've seen quite a few pro games of it. Like, yeah, it's a rapier, but as far as rapiers go, you know, comparing it to the past, this is a very, very nice timing to do it. It's stronger than ever. It has more damage than ever. It's cheaper than ever. Like, it's really good.
Yeah, it is really good. It's bang for the buck basically at the moment. So I was wondering, the toggle could actually make sense. Not sure if a cooldown would really be great
I like a
added on
toggle,
top of it.
yeah.
I just like toggle, so you have to commit to either one.
Yeah, give it a toggle with like a 5 or something second cooldown, so you can't like insta abuse it as well.
Yeah.
That would be a good way to try and soft fix what's happening, because Brooch benefiting from both the spell amp and the damage, like, it's great fun, but I don't think it should be a permanent thing in Dota. It's you know, maybe we can have one more patch of it, but it can't really stick around forever, I don't think. Because it also comes to this funny effect where buying one rapier is fine, but when you get the second rapier, you get even more value. They stack non-linearly in damage increase.
Yep.
So since the spell amp is completely additive stacking, you get crazy numbers already with the second rapier.
Well, we're still waiting for the game to start. I'm not exactly sure what the reason is. I'm just looking at showcase view here. Look at Caudle. He's got this, you know, like when he's in the middle of the taunt, it just looks weird that he's kind of like the pole. I don't know. It just looks like a low polygon pole.
Yes. Right. I was just enjoying Soul drawing a little bit on the minimap. Players also eager to get into the action here, drawing some squares.
Oh dear. That's not a good sign. All right, another disconnect to follow here for Winter Bear, so we'll have to wait a tiny bit longer for the players to come back in. So yeah, we're still at the start of the day. It is currently 9 a.m. in the morning. We woke up for our morning shift. I've just been doing 3 days of European casting all the way until like 9 to 10 p.m. in the evening, and straight to bed. Wake up for some more qualifiers a bit earlier on in the day. What have you been doing, Waga? You've been streaming a lot. You've been playing a variety of different games. But how's the Dota felt from your personal experience?
It's been very fun. Honestly, even though I'm, very much anticipating the new hero and getting some stuff, I think Dota is generally in a very fun place still overall. So I've been having a blast. But
That's
last
great
few
to
days
hear.
I've just been moaning about how, much pain I'm in from all my exercising. I'm getting my swim game improved
Your
lately,
gains,
so,
yeah.
yeah, it's been a lot, dude. I've got one of these dangerous competitions going on with my brother where we compete for who swims the farthest every month.
Oh,
Pushes to
getting ready for
ridiculous levels.
midsummer, eh?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, last month was 32 kilometers in a month, which, when you're not already a high-level swimmer or something, that's a lot of swimming, dude.
That is actually a lot of swimming, because I usually just do like a couple hundred meters, and I already feel like I'm getting like these. I use the wrong word. I always say stroke, but stroke's not the word I'm using here. Hamstring in my feet. And then
cramps?
it's just like, well, cramps. Yeah, that's the one. I always say
Yeah.
stroke for some reason because
It's a stroke for your muscle.
Yeah,
basically.
stroke for the muscle. Yes.
I've had that a lot as well with swimming in particular, where you get cramps in your legs and your calves or something, and it's a really horrible place because you're in the water. You're like, I'm sinking.
I need my feet to get out of here. But swimming actually helps improve that. And hey, is that a sign of the game unpausing? Yes, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to go for game number 1 between Gamax Saudi and Winter Bear. We can talk about swimming later. We'll get back to that at some point. But right now, we have Dota to go ahead with. And what you love to see, this is overly super fake hype right now, but both teams leaving their fountain when the smoke, that's a sign of a pro team.
Both teams immediately smoking out. I mean, this is good. This might be some action as well bottom, as we have the Blade Fury coming out here from Gamax, so they're obviously looking for a kill with it. Kunkka still playing in a pretty safe area, though he took the Watcher and he's sitting in a tree, so he's going to reveal the smoke here and then run.
And also, Hoodwink is going for a bit of a stroll as well in the top half of the map, getting a... so actually, that's a camp block ward by Blade Moose, so very interesting. Is there a particular reason for that he's blocking the camp?
It's Chen, it's small camps, right? So he's blocking both the small camps because against Chen, you don't want him to get access to those small creeps. A lot of them can really take over the lane. Of course, he can't take the big creeps early on because of the level restriction. So he's really going at it, man. Even blocking up the medium camp here. Chen did see that, though, with the Watcher. We'll see if he decides to unblock that, perhaps.
Yeah, they have the double sentries, so waiting for the first blood at least here. Quick Caudal Blast on the Kurtenkele and the Shushu. And then we have our bounty split 3 for 1, as they're able to snatch the one in the river too. And Lodine, does he go for the D ward? He should have info on it, but it's just on the other side of the tree line. He's actually going to get both, yeah.
This is beautiful. Lodine showing off his good experience. He's going to look a little bit, see if he finds this. He's obviously going to make his way around that tree too, and finds the double D ward for 1 sentry. What a play.
Yeah, it's a great start for the Chen, having his camps open, and a lot of economy lost in terms of how that lane is now going to start to roll out. No actual camp blocks, just the one in the top half. But Chen, he doesn't already mind. He's got 2 of his camps open. Well, you look at the mid matchup here, Viper versus Ember. So obviously you look at Viper could have a bit of an advantage on this one, but Mikey already starting aggressive, as you're supposed to. It's a level 1 Viper. You've got to show your aggressiveness here.
Exactly. Level 1 Viper is very useless. Level 3 is the timing. Everyone knows. You know, this is taught in kindergarten in Finland. The level 1 timing, you don't care. Bottom lane? Oh, look at this tech. He's getting a bit too far out. Gets run down by the Illuminate and the combo here.
Yeah, just barely caught that one on camera, so at least we didn't miss out on the first blood of the qualifier run.
I am having some crazy packet loss for the game right now, but hopefully it's going to be fine.
Yeah, Mikey as well, you know, he's Tango regenerating over the 2 stacks of poison attack, but Chushu manages to zone out the Ember for the time being. But it looks like he does have his bottle already coming in. So the early last hits for Mikey, they do pay off as he does get himself some extra regen.
Okay. Gonna be quite happy still there on the Viper, of course, even though he took a lot of damage at level 1. He's getting to level 3, and that's when this Ember is gonna start having more painful of a time. Mikey doing the best he can so far. CS looking pretty decent at 8-1.
Also, at the same time at the top lane, Kurtenkele, who's been playing with a multitude of different European teams throughout the course of the last few years. Already starting off strong here with 9-5 versus the Luna. Luna does have the creeps under the tower doing a lot of damage too, so not very happy farming under the tower. However, Lowdown, he does bring in that Harpy Stormcrafter, one of the more annoying neutral creeps. Used to be much worse. There was a patch when this was horrible.
Yeah, he used to be absolutely broken to play against. It's still 140 damage still from these zaps, and when you have low HP bar as the Hoodwink, you know, if you get this clicked on you a few times, you're just not doing much anymore in that lane. They're gonna try to do some damage to Luna here, but gets buffed up by Chen.
Yeah, decent poke there. Blade Moose, he also has to watch out as the Hoodwink. Not exactly the tankiest of supports, so he also takes a beating there from his own trades. And at the same time, we haven't really too much discussed this bottom lane, just that one kill that took place onto the techies. Kunkka off to also a pretty solid start. Does end up losing his courier to the techies, currently zoning him out, but that's because Jeezy has kind of moved towards the mid lane momentarily to help out Mikey. But Shushu, he is already pulling off a level lead versus the Embers, so there's not too much he can do. Courier snipe at least.
I mean, GC is just running around a bit. This is pretty common for Coddle players, you know, to try and look for something. Maybe even coming in with a rotation here towards the Viper, as they have Searing Chains available. Going behind, but it will be difficult.
Yeah, especially with the Ember slowed up by that much. He can't quite close in the gap, and now he's running in. Jeezy actually has done a successful job because he forces the Viper to focus him instead. They will lose the Coddle, but they won't lose the Ember, so Mikey will get himself a kill and gets that much-needed experience. However, nice glyph coming out there as well, so he'll be able to CS, buy some time for the Viper to get back into the lane so he can focus the Ember away, because he needs to get that 6 before he can start doing Remnant TPs.
Yeah, and he wanted double runes as well, so that glyph helps protect from Ember getting 2 runes in a row here. Viper can go top now and take that water rune, so Ember doesn't get double refill. Bottom lane, Kunkka left to his own device for a while, but he's completely fine. Got the double bracers, and even though they have a lot of damage on Techies and Juggernaut combined, they can't really kill him unless they do some harass work first.
Oh yeah, 1100 HP. It's pretty difficult to go through that Kunkka. You'd have to waste so much resources and still not quite get the kill, even with a level 2 spin. You get the sticky bomb to connect them to Kachal, but Soul, he's not using his Blade Fury aggressively. Just gonna keep on holding to it. Mid lane, there's a Purge creep actually bullying the Viper there a bit, so forcing out a TP from Blade Moose.
Yeah, this cheeky little play. Blade Moose coming in to try and help against Mikey here, who's looking for the kill.
But grenade, acorn shot. Mikey might end up going down himself, so Blade Moose does get the kill in the end.
Yeah, good stuff for Radiant there, getting the Hoodwink to join in, because Viper, you know, he should win the matchup in a 1v1, but when you have Coddle coming in like that, you need to offset it. Bottom lane looking for Coddle.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the fight here. QJY.
Oh no.
Getting a bit of pokes there, but the AI has to interfere. Of course they do.
The creep wave coming in as well, making sure they get stunned. Centaur is like, is that 1, 2, 3 people near me? Yep. I will use my ability.
Yeah, and so he actually gets to get that creep wave on the Juggernaut using that hero click aggro, make sure that they're going to follow him instead of the Centaur and pull them back into the lane. Make sure that that lane is going to get out of control from the Kunkkas. Well, at least not in front of his own tower, and get it to Juggernaut's favor.
Yeah, that camp actually, it can't even stay there. It's one of the hard-coded ones that the creeps won't stay. It's kind of weird. It used to be that they could stay anywhere, but now it's only the kind of designated camps.
Again, fighting on the Ember Spirit once again. Blade Moose will take a heavy beating here. Mikey will have to dodge for the time being, as Lowdown and Jeezy will make sure that this Hoodwink will fall. Double Purge creeps. You know where this Hoodwink can run.
That's a lot of slow, man. Two Purge creeps is kind of unusual to see, but Lowdown, you know, he's finding some usefulness for them here. You just cannot move at all as they have only 3-second cooldown and a 5-second duration on the purge. And you know, it does fade off, but if you have 2 of them, you're just not moving.
Yeah, like 1 is already bad enough, and then you have 2 of them. Because you usually see, like, if you have a Doom and you have that Purge creep, you're already feeling a bit unsafe. Because, like, well, I can't exactly run away from this guy, knowing that he will deal most of the time just dot damage. But when you have Chen poking around, tossing penitence on you, and the creeps are also doing a decent amount of work on the side. So it's kind of like, yeah, I'm not very happy with this. Well, Techie's contesting a Wisdom Rune. Let's see how this one goes. Should be able to stun out Jeezy. Actually just gets the Wisdom off in time before Coddle. Because the stun did run out, but Techies will be okay. We'll just TP away.
Yeah, he clicked it fast enough, you know. Timing on stun wasn't necessarily perfect, but still good for him. Meanwhile, bottom, Kachal doing some interesting stuff here, going behind the tier 1 tower, farming close to tier 2 to try and farm jungle camps.
Yeah, oh, Techies is going to take, well, not actually all of them, some of them.
Yeah, denied the banner creep at least.
Yep, no blast off as well, so Kunkka's able to teleport away. Meanwhile, top lane, a bit of a dive going on there. Kurtenkele and Blade Moose both dropping fairly low. Lowdown is there to back up reality. Closing up on the level 6 Stampede for Kurtenkele, so that's where they can start to maybe make some small moves happen here and there, especially if they have the Juggernaut around. But he's just going to have to stick with his farming patterns. As you can see, the Jug is leading the net worth by 3,500 at the moment. While the other carry, Luna, 2,700 at the time. So has been bullied a lot and is being bullied again. They do cut the tree just in time. Luna with the Quelling Blade will not get stunned and instead gets to turn around for maybe a kill on the Hoodwink with the Lucent Beam secures it.
Yeah, he tried his very best there to run and juke through the trees, but Luna has that good vision as well. The Lunar Blessing is up to level 3, so has a lot of night vision, even if you were to create some distance. But you just can't really run away against the 2 of them there. Very difficult for the Hoodwink to do so. And the low HP pool makes it kind of hard for him.
Yeah, Mikey rotates as well, so they can get a second kill, this time on the Centaur, before he hits level 6. Double edges, and Lodine will make sure that that kill goes their way. That's going to be Luna with the level 6 now. 3 points in the Lunar Blessing and 2 points in the Glaives. Well, in the mid lane, Chusha with a Haste Rune, trying to kill off a Coddle, and it's going to be successful in doing so with the first Viper Strike.
Yeah, very good rotation for him. Both the mids getting
so
active here, and even moving bottom.
Yeah, going straight for the Kunkka here as well. Goes for the teleport out. Blast off is there, so Kunkka's escape has been cut to a close.
Yeah, and that means he won't have TP when he respawns. So this death, pretty painful for him. He's going to do the Walk of Shame. He does have Face Boot, so he'll get back to a lane pretty quickly, but that's still a very important kill for Gamax here.
So 4 to 5, 9 kills, 9 minutes. So basically a kill per minute average here. You'd expect that to happen in a game like this with the particular heroes in play. But I think it's going to ramp up later on. We might have this small phase of Luna not being present and just farming, of course, the same maybe for the Juggernaut. But do you feel like this Jug needs to rotate early to help out the team for some team fights?
I think he's gonna try and farm his Maelstrom, and then he's gonna probably get pretty active. Yeah, Face Boots into Maelstrom is a fighting build, you know? You don't really want to just farm against the Luna here. It's not a Battle Fury, and yeah, Luna wins the kind of farm trade anyway. As we speak about Luna, the rotation is coming in to try and shut her down in the jungle here.
Chase there, there's no Hyper Strike. The Blastoff comes out with the Stampede. This should surely be a dead Luna and no backup to arrive. They just recognize this Luna is unsavable at this point, so they will take themselves a good pick off there. And Luna off to a pretty rough start. Not a lot of CS been accumulated so far, and Jug just keeps on getting away.
Yeah, Reality not having the easiest game here, and meanwhile mid, at least, you know, they're trying to do the best they can at bringing down a tower. Chen making his first sort of target here, the mid tower, like he was laying into it a lot while Viper was gone.
Yeah, they were attempting Kunkka in the bottom lane, and now the turnaround potentially there. Mikey rotated as well so they can get the techies out of the way. X-Mark is used as well, but Torrent's still on cooldown, and the disarm comes a tiny bit too late, so Katal's able to get the Tidebringer for the kill. No Omni-Slash used for the Jug because he realized the Kunkka is not quite close to dying as they were attempting to dive under the tower.
Like what Mikey is doing here, just chasing after. You don't necessarily have big kill potential on a Jug who has Blade Fury and Omni-Slash ready, but just bullying him, running after him. Like, this is stopping the Jug from farming, is making him not be efficient, and he's so close to his Maelstrom. He just wants to finish this up.
Yeah, good interruption. I like to see that, that the Ember Spirit just constantly harassing, knowing that this Jug can't really do anything to him. So these are technically just free
Radiant
hits.
have fortified their towers.
Yeah, pretty much. And they don't have the best heroes to punish an Ember as well, right? We haven't talked about it much, but Spirit heroes, you know, looking at lane, yes, he got countered pretty hard with Viper, but the rest of the heroes, Centaur, Hoodwink, these are very slow stuns, even Techies, you know, very predictable stuns for him to juke. And against the Jug and a Viper, you can always jump away as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for individual effort as an Ember Spirit, definitely in a game like this. Techies is going to take over the bottom lane, get himself a bit of levels, a bit of extra farm. Lowdown, he's already got the mechanism and going for the drums next on the Chen. Changed the banishes into a triple Centaur army.
He's got the stun bros, getting all those. You can definitely stun someone up for quite a while here as he's ready to go top together with the Ember in a smoke. He even has the Coddle with him as well. This could be a good attempt to protecting the top tower. We will need Kunkka to TP in though. He's too spotted.
He's going to take the brunt of it. He's going to get the run buff at least, so that's going to soak up a lot of the damage, and they're going to find themselves trapped in a corner as the Illuminate Blast flies in. Kachal's going to take the first. The Omni Slash already used by the Juggernaut and the Blade Fury to take down Jeezy. He lost Shushu, he's on the run a bit. The blast off turnaround, Ikey low at HP, but gets the Remnant jump off as he has 100 HP remaining. And here comes the Centaur bros, looking for the stuns, and that will actually be Gamax turning things around.
Oh, the Ember, he got out, but he could not get away from that green boy, and his poison still goes down. So fantastic return to that fight by Gamax. It looked like it might be a good wraparound by Winter Bears, but at the end of the day, nice Omni ulti, or Juggernaut ulti there. The Omni Slash did a lot of work, and they did a good job with their targeting as well. Techies with a clutch stun with his blast off.
Yeah, very important as well, because they're kind of overextending their welcome next to that tier 1 tower. If they fail that fight, getting to that tower the next time is going to cost you a lot of time, a lot of resources, and it's technically just a free defensive win for your opponent. So you're happy to win that fight, get the tower out of the way, and now you can just take over the top half of the map, while Kachal being aggressed here a bit. They've got the sharpshooter available. That's going to miss. Kachal will dodge that one, and here comes round number 2. Mikey back with a vengeance here. Jeezy already drops, though. Mikey will get a kill for himself as well. Shushu has finally returned to the top lane as well. Lowdown does not have his army around. Mikey going to walk to the high ground. Juggernaut is right there. Quick Remnant jump out. 1-for-1
GC
trade.
just dying, so Mikey can look good there. Coming in with the chakra for the double slide of fist hits so that he can at least get the kill. But yeah, that was a pretty scary moment for them to go in. The Coddle just found himself completely surrounded. So yeah, you get a kill on Techies, but it doesn't really change too much anyway there.
Still continuing with pretty much the same pace. The Ember Spirit hasn't been finding that many kills this game, and of course he spent most of the time just chasing, helping around his teammates, and of course his net worth is reflected to that gameplay. 5,500 at the moment, at the lowest. You'd love to be higher, and you're kind of forced to keep that tempo up. You're going to have to continue fighting, and all you have for yourself is a Javelin.
Yeah, I was wondering what Viper wants to do in this game as well, looking at his counterpart here. The Viper went for the Dragonlance and going for what looks to be a BKB as his next item of choice against the Kunkka. Makes a lot of sense, but would almost love to see him get something to prevent this Ember gameplay right now, like a Rod of Aethys, you know, a classic item to try and lock down the Ember, because they really struggle to deal with this.
Like a reality. It's gonna be a Stampede smoke up straight on top of him. Kurtenkele trying to get close, gets the stun. Blade Moose can follow up on that, and there's the blast off into the sharpshooter, and 100-0 in a matter of no time. They're gonna lose Blade Moose to Mikey coming in from the back with the amplified damage. They're gonna toss the Centaur into the air as well. Kurtenkele will drop, and so the Gang Squad might have shut down the Luna once again, but they will pay a heavy price for it.
Yeah, losing every single hero there. Great reaction by Winter Bears. They did have, you know, the advantage of having the DD rune there as well. And the Ember, he just sliced through them so fast with damage. Again, using that chakra as well to maximum efficiency to enable the
and Mikey needed this.
Yeah, he did. But this is him finding his way back into the game in a big way. And, you know, now he doesn't look so much like a hero that was countered by a Viper in laning stage. Even steals the rune here.
Yeah, that's another actually pretty good rune when you think about team fighting, because if you get thrown by the Viper ult, you can just Manta dodge it now. So that's one spell out of the way that could otherwise kill him. Well, they are focusing onto the Centaur, also disrupting this Techies at the same time. Kachal will find a kill on him. Now diving under the tower, almost there with a Viper strike instantly onto the Kunkka. No rum buff, no nothing, so he goes down. Mikey also has to pop the illusion, but he gets instantly caught by the bushwhack by Blade Moose. And Soul will pick up 2 kills on the Juggernaut. That was not quite as good for Winterbear as they hoped, because it started off well, but they just went too deep.
Mikey, a little bit of a mistake there, using the illusion rune, thinking, you know, I can stay safe, I'll just Manta dodge, but he dodged right into the bushwhack there, and yeah, they're chasing for more here, but I think Kodo is going to be completely fine. He got the Windlace Tranquils. He's just running out of there. This horse is going 500 MS right now. Very, very fast. Yeah,
it was maximum movement speed versus maximum movement speed, so Stampede does nothing against the Coddle.
Pretty much, yeah. He had too much distance already.
Look at top, though. They're going to try and gank the Centaur here, and this could be successful because Kachal has his full set. The boat is back up. Also has a fresh Torrent Storm for the next fight to take place, so Mikey will get himself yet again another kill. Even if he dies, he's still keeping up the pace.
Yeah, he's doing a good job just always being involved. Every single fight, basically, that's happening, he's there. He's 5 kills and 6 assists out of 13 kills. So only missed out on 2 so far.
Pretty high.
And I like this choice going for Roche here. Dire find themselves just quite a few around the top lane. I don't think we will see a contest here from the side of Radiant. It's going to be difficult for him to make a move.
Yeah, and it's surprisingly fast as well when you consider the amount of people inside this pit. You've got the Chen army added into the mix, and no, there's no Stampede up. And the Centaur just respawn, and by the time they're done with this Roshan, they're going to be nearby. I think it's going to be a quick turnaround as well for Gamax. They are going to stay because they're going to find Kachal. They will get something for their efforts.
Kachal didn't expect him to come at all, I guess, because he ran very close to the tier 1 tower even. So now they can't push. That kill was really important for Gamax because it holds the top tower and allows them to still play the map. Now they're on the back foot on the side of Winterbears, despite having the Aegis. I mean, of course, they're going to look to do something, but...
Also detected they could keep on going for more. Even if they don't have all of their spells available, they have their basic nukes available to take down GZ. And another kill going their way. Maybe they can even translate this into a bit of a top lane push, because Soul, he is pretty tanky on this jug.
I think they should probably be careful, but yeah, he can do a little bit of damage. The moment the Kunkka comes up, though, they could definitely defend. But yeah, maybe they're not feeling like fighting here. We see all of Winterbears kind of giving up the top area, so all this came from the Kunkka kill. What a catalyst for Gamax to just make plays on, and they're just rolling with it.
Yeah, pretty unfortunate sequence for Winterbear, but Gamax, you know, getting an objective while the enemy has an Aegis, that's pretty valued.
Yeah, and all those kills as well. I mean, this is fantastic for them. This is going to keep the Juggernaut healthy in his net worth here. 11,000 net worth. First one to reach the 5 digits, and he's, you know, staying well ahead of Luna here. Enough so he could carry.
I think he just sold his soul to the devil. Well, he tried to defend the bottom tower as well, but he got caught by a random chain by Mikey. They had no vision on him. I was like, wait, guys, we just killed the tower. There's a Tickies here. We'll take that.
Yeah, he just, you know, trying to get the experience on the tier 2 tower. Maybe delay it, who knows? He had the Glimmer Cape, so he was a hopeful man. At least they forced out a little sentry usage down there on bottom, I guess. But, you know, sending a support to do a minimal effort defense, sometimes it's fine. It looks a bit like feeding, but this is quite common.
At least you get to keep them there for a bit longer. Another Amplify damage rune. Had a lot of those this game, it feels like, even if it is, you talked about the rune cycles.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's more the impact that they've managed to have with it as well on Mikey, just, you know, doing a lot. And now this time it's a farming DD rune probably for the Juggernaut, as it clears up a nice stack here on the Ancients as well.
So now the Coddle lining up the Aghanims. What do you think about this one?
It can be good in some games, but I don't think this is the game for it, actually. The reason I don't like it in this game, you have already super high attack speed on Juggernaut. You have ways for him to not care about it by Blade Furying or being an Omnis Flash already. And you have a Dragonlance Viper and a Hoodwink. Techies even. All these are super long attack range heroes. Actually, all of them are hitting from so far away.
Yep.
I envision this is going to be hard. Usually it is a combo with the Kunkka. You put the Caudal Aghanim's and the Kunkka Aghanim's and nobody can move or do anything. But I actually think they have pretty good tools to deal with Caudal Ags here.
Yeah, I've also kind of come to the conclusion that I just don't like the Ignis. It just feels like it's very underwhelming at the moment. I feel like it needs a buff. Ice Frog, please. Like,
give us the Dagon instead. Just the Solar Bind into Dagon from the Caudal.
Oh.
Always fun to see.
Yeah, always fun to see. But at least something to it, you know, like maybe increase the duration, maybe do something a little bit different to it, because it feels like it's just not a wanted item most of the time.
Yeah, it's not really priority for Caudal right now. I think just many utility items are better. And we see a little smoke move here coming in from Gamax as they're pushing mid, making it pretty obvious by the Jug's positioning that he's not alone. But Caudal's still
trying to farm it though, yeah, they'll still get it. Take down Jeezy. Meanwhile, Winter Bear just trying to max out the farm that they can right now on the map that they have in their control. The Aegis is going to run out in a minute. Mikey's still continuing the tier 1 push while Gamax putting all their resources into mid, but they have 2 lanes pushing in at the same time. Even their tier 3 is taking damage.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go back and do some lane fixing after pushing mid here on the side of Gamax, especially bottom as the Dragon is there even from Chen, having that ancient creep. Really shard.
Rest of the army is going to take a bit of a hit. The Frost Mage and the Wildwing Ripper. Kachal finding with Kurtenkale here. He's trying to land the stun onto the Kunkka, but he will miss out on the Torrent. Reality comes out as well from the other direction. So that is, you know, that's a pretty hefty stampage used there. Kunkka will use the Rum at least. Nothing else expended there. Otherwise, that would have been really bad.
Yeah, it's again Gamax though taking the initiative even into this Aegis, which times out now. Of course, we have seen them be the ones to control the pace mostly during the Aegis timing. So I love the aggression we're seeing here coming out from Radiant. They're not just rolling over against the Chen and the Luna, not giving them a chance to just take over the game and get rid of all the tier 2s the way they want to. So far, quite impressed with how they're playing this.
And also the net worth hasn't really changed too much. It's been stable basically. Hasn't moved into either team's direction. Still that 4K lead for Winter Bear. Reality finally getting up to pace with this Luna. 3K difference to the Juggernaut. We can really see how much impact that Mjolnir is providing for the Juggernaut in terms of farm. Going for the Diffusal, and after that the Disperser.
Disperser will be a fantastic item for him here as well. There's a lot to dispel against the Searing Chains. You know, yes, you have the Manta style, but it can be nice to have that extra bit of dispel.
Yeah, kind of like troll gameplay, you know? You have like 4 dispels in your disposal.
Right. PKB, Aghanim, Satanic, Manta, yeah, pop it all.
Okay, another Stampede, but how far is Kachal in the end? Oh, they're going to get that teleport canceled. Well, Mikey, 3-man Gleipnir comes out. Throws a Remnant aggressively, and he wants to at least poke a bit. Try to get some kind of attention there from Gamax, but they'll just take a pick off, use the Stampede for it, be happy with what's happening right now. But again, top's pushing in, bottom's pushing in. They're using a scan to hunt for another kill.
They need to catch this Chen on bottom lane. He's just being a nuisance down here. They're going a little bit too heavily S5 perhaps on the side of Gamax, so
and
they need to deal with sides.
Escaping from their grasp once again, forcing them to the base at least, so now they have time to get that bottom lane in control. Mid still being kept in by the Juggernaut. He is kind of alone here, but Winter Bear, they don't know about that.
Okay. Pinging him a bit and thinking about it, but not that easy to bring him down with the heroes they have, so not going to be able to do it. But meanwhile, all that was happening. Reality farmed so much on top and on this Luna, so I think he has his entire BKB now, indeed, and that's a great timing for him to smoke up, take the action.
Yep, and straight to find a pickoff as well if they can get to the techies. There we go, the Gleipnir does connect onto him. Goes with the quick Glimmer Cave, tries to jump away. Another chain from Mikey. No escape for the techies. Now Winter Bear, the full army is in action towards the mid lane. Maybe still looking for another. They're keeping Lowdown hidden. Mikey teleporting bottom. Making sure that they can also split 2 lanes at the same time.
Massive power spike right now for the side of Dire with the completion of the BKB on the Kunkka and the Luna at the same time.
Oh, the Kunkka too, yeah.
Yeah, and then also having the full Gleipnir Shard Kaya on Ember, he's pretty damn ready for fighting as well.
The rune of haste.
Defending the tower carefully. Oh, they stacked up, but they don't actually get too much out of it. They stunned them all, but no damage to follow up. And Gertenkele and Blade Moose will both fall. Shushu gonna hide under the tower. Reality's already into working on objectives. He doesn't care about a Viper. He'll just force his BKB, make him teleport home, but he won't even get out of that fight. So Winter Bear, you talked about a power spike, but they just crushed them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was a very ambitious jump. It was a nice stun, but they didn't have the Juggernaut. He didn't TP. I'm not sure if there's a miscommunication going on, because that looked like they were like, let's go right now, let's take the team fight, but Jug is nowhere to be seen.
He's only hitting the tier 3 tower for a bit of damage, but now he's gonna have to wait for his teammates to come back up. These buildings, they've already lost them. They are using glyphs to try and hold them for a bit longer. Jug still continuing with the split push, gets to tier 3, now decides to teleport home, takes the front, gets instantly torrented. The blast off comes out from QJY, and they've already lost the techies, and they might just lose the Jug after he's used his Omni Slash, takes down Lowdown, spins away. Kunkka still on the chase as well. Mike is going to be fighting versus Gertenkele, the Centaur, pushed to the low ground. Techies coming with the buyback. They're losing heroes, they're losing resources, and they're actually backing out on the side of Winter Bear. They've dealt the damage, they forced them back, they don't need to stay here any longer.
Yeah, just reset, wait for new BKBs, and go with new timing again. They can also play towards Roche and then crack high ground. This is shaping out really nicely for Winter Bears. I mean, all coming down to that sort of jump that they did prematurely by Gamax. It cost them heavily now. The buyback on techies, you know, may not be the biggest impact. It's not the worst here to not have it on, but this Roche has to be contested, because if they get Aegis on Luna, it will be very hard to defend a high ground siege.
Oh, yeah. And you feel so comfortable as well when you're playing this dire mapping, dire draft, basically, because you get to play the map much more freely compared to your opponents. You get to split push the whole time. You have your teleporting capabilities. The other team is forced to kind of huddle up and push a singular lane.
It's one of the freedoms as well that you get from having both the Ember and the Chen, actually.
Yeah.
Chen has been doing a great job fixing the side lanes. Ember gonna steal a rune here, going in.
Wisdom picked up. That's his level 18 now. Gertenkele sitting on the low ground here. He might spot the Ember, but does he call him back up with the Stampede? Not really. He's just going to have to fight it by himself. Singular Stampede used. Nobody found in the top half. Still battling it out versus Mikey. Mikey does have Remnants, so he's just toying with him at this point.
Chen TPing into Juggernaut and Techies here.
Oh, Chen might actually drop here. Soul is doing a lot of damage to him, but here's the turnaround. Eclipse coming out from Reality, and they'll delete 2 of them, and now Soul is on the run, trying to get out of there. Solarbind is there with the Manta to dispel, but he's all surrounded by Winter Bear heroes, and this Juggernaut will fall. So Mikey forced the Viper to teleport back, and while they're focusing the Chen, he'll get back into action to join his team, and now look who's home. It's Roche.
That's sort of the painful part about having to use your center ulti, or choosing to use your center ulti, just to chase down a single hero before there. He didn't have his team with him. Again, we see that little bit of disconnect on Gamax, whereas Winter Bears look a little bit more on the same page. The Chen TP in, it did look like he was going to feed a bit, but his team was right there next to him, ready to punish, as everyone kind of shows their cards by committing on the Chen. And then Kunkka says, okay, I'll combo the enemy, easy peasy.
And here we have the Roshan now secured the cheese as well for the Kunkka, and Winter Bear in a commanding position here in this first game versus Gamax Saudi. They're going to have to play the high ground defense now.
Roche 30 seconds later, and it would have been banner as well. You know, all these teams, you prefer to have the cheese over the banner in general. I think they need to buff the banner a little bit, make it a bit stronger.
Yeah, we had the same thing, was it yesterday in our games? We were casting the European matches, so like they killed Roshan, but they forgot that Roche was already killed a first time. That's because Morphling picked up the Aegis, and he died like 5 seconds after he picked it up, because they weren't expecting him to show up in a team fight that soon. So they just forgot the banners in the Roche pit and just left it there. That's why we're calling, yeah, please buff the banner. Even the players don't care about it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've seen some people use it just for scouting as well. Throw it down aggressively and just put it as a ward. But other than that, it's
ward.
You know,
they're curious.
It's weird. it doesn't feel nearly as impactful as the Chief.
Oh yeah, oh poor techies. Yeah, kind of aggressively positioned there in the tree line, hoping for somebody to just show up in the high ground and get a quick blast off, but Mikey has been chaining non-stop heroes. Particularly, the Stampede comes out, but it doesn't really do too much here because they're not in position to fight at all. 4 versus 5. Also, the Juggernaut just trying to do as much damage as he can as Mikey will go for a quick deep dive. But again, the Gleipnir is available. The chains are available. Juggernaut getting pushed in. Kunkka still has that Torrent Storm, and there we go. It's going to be blasted all over the place. Catches the Hoodwink in the tree line. That's 4 heroes dead. And I'm pretty sure that's Shushu is running away. That just might be the call for the game as well, because the top lane is gone. Mid's going to fall as well. And Winter Bear, full domination.
Yeah, Luna is just here to stay as well in the enemy base, not showing any signs of taking damage. Has the Satanic available, never had to use it. I mean, this is just a Luna enjoying her time here as well.
Yeah, and they're going for the tier 4 towers to finish off the game here. It's just the Viper and nobody else to protect him, and Shushu is going to get targeted, and he will also lose his life. And there is the game as the GG call comes out from Gamax Saudi and Winter Bear to take the first game.
Nice play by Winter Bear. I have to say they did a pretty good job playing their timings. You know, Luna had a little bit of a tough start, perhaps. Lane wasn't that nice. Had to farm to kind of come back. But Mikey, I think we're going to say the start of the show here. Even though he laned against a very rough matchup in the Viper, he did a fantastic job being involved in every kill but 4 out of the 30 kills that Winter Bear racked up in these 32 minutes. I think his Ember Spirit was definitely just amazing this game.
It was, and it's always like a sign of, like, you see, okay, Ember has low net worth and he maybe died in a team fight, but he never let go of that tempo. And I think that's exactly what you're supposed to do as an Ember, is continue to be aggressive, continue to have that correct mindset that, okay, I died at 2 times, I'm going to go farm now. You can't do that as an Ember. He never let go, and I feel like that was a really big contributing factor to actually him having a good game, because he did find a couple good openings, and it just got better and better as the game progressed. So great performance from Mikey. But I have to say, I was happy to get to see Lowdown play his Chen. You know, his first pick hero into the draft, and great results.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, the split pushing he was doing was valuable, and also just the general impact that Chen provides, all that healing, all the aura carrying. I mean, I don't think we're going to see Chen again. That hero should not go through the first phase ban in this patch. I think it's a mistake if it happens. So, you know, I'm not sure what the thought process was allowing that hero to go through, banning out those Mikey heroes, you know, perhaps a little bit too focused, because he is versatile enough to play other heroes. You know, he showed here with the Ember. Last pick can just come in and clean up as well.
Well, we'll see what happens in game number 2. We're going to take a tiny break now, and we'll be back for the second game of this series. Welcome back, people. We're heading over to the second game of Winter Bear versus Gamax Saudi on the first round of this 4-team MENA qualifier. Of course, Winter Bear, you could say that the start looked all right for Gamax Saudi. They were doing the right things, making the right moves happen, but you get to a phase where Winter Bear in their draft were capable of just split pushing, playing the map more efficiently, waiting for their item timings very patiently too, and then getting that W on the board in the end. So I feel like Winter Bear, the package was more complete, and the individual effort was the one that really rose to the occasion.
Yeah, I think Winter Bear. I mean, they played the heroes that they had in a good way, and like you said, the individual performance there. We saw great combinations coming out from both the Caudal and the Ember. They were basically dictating the pace of the game, while Luna, they were playing on the side lane, just fixing lanes and keeping stuff going. And then we had Kunkka coming in for the big team fights as well, throwing in the impact that you need to win those big fights. And it looked like Gamax Saudi, they had some stuff going their way. But when push came to shove, they were a bit disconnected and not really on the same page as much. And it cost them greatly. So we'll see if they can, recenter their thoughts a little bit. They go into the new game here, and we'll see what they're approaching it with.
Yeah, let's see. They still targeted Mikey quite heavily with their bans on the side of Gamax Saudi, but still got himself a last phase pick, which had a lot of impact in the game, that being the Ember Spirit. But again, they are banning out the puck once again, but a change has been made. The Chen has been targeted this time.
Yeah, I think that's a good read to get rid of this here. I mean, Chen should just never go through. If he goes through, he should win. It's basically the power level he's at. I think the only hero that's up there really rivaling him for me is probably Timbersol. Those two are both disgusting at this point in time. But at least Timber, there are some things you can do. Chen is just going to have that impact. We even saw, the attempt to come in and block the camps, but it was all in vain.
Yeah. Lowdown and his Chen, he had before that previous game 33 games and a 73% win rate, which is by far his highest win rate out of all of his most played heroes. So understandably, you can see a performance come out like that. You are going to want to target that Chen once again. But there's a multitude of heroes that he can still look for. That Winter Bear is going to do some draft adjustments according to the supports that they're going to get. And of course, Gamax Saudi, do they go for the the Centaur opener again, or do they change things? Well, they want to snatch the Hoodwink for themselves this time.
Yeah, so they take the Hoodwink, and we'll see what they're going to pair it with. The Centaur not being banned as well is always there, always an option. A very strong hero as well in the offlane currently, but I like what Winter Bear are doing, taking this Tiny. I think it's a hero that's being slept on a little bit. The buffs that he got recently to fix his mana costs a little bit, and small buffs here and there, like 100 extra damage on the tree throw, on the shard and stuff. Like he's getting small bits and pieces of buffs that have really made some players, like Q, for instance, make the hero look completely broken. Of course, when you have that level of individual skills.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's what is also expected out of this series from these players, because when you look at the qualifier as a whole, you're going to have to go up against Nigma Galaxy, potentially at some phase of the tournament. Is it going to be the upper bracket finals in the next matchup if they manage to win AdoNis, or even in the grand finals? It's really the ultimate test for all of these other three teams and their individual players to really get that warm-up, get that performance up on their level, and march onward to that next matchup. We will only today show both of the semifinal rounds. Just a reminder for all of you viewers out there that we're going to show the first two matchups. Tomorrow we have the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket semis, which is going to be the first team knocked out from the qualifier. And on the final day, on Saturday, we will have the lower bracket finals into a best of 5 grand final. To see who is going to be joining the Falcons as the second representative from MENA.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. We see the same heroes coming out from Gamax here. The Hoodwink and the Techies are back, the support duo. And Winter Bear, on the other hand, picking up the Enchantress here. If it's not going to be the Chen, then the Enchantress coming in to fill.
Replacement.
Yeah, it's similar, but plays a bit different.
5 seconds. Straight out of the bench onto the field. Chen out, Enchantress in. It's also Lodines. I think it's his like top 8, top 9 played hero. 41 matches, 51%. As I still have his Dota buff page open there on the side, so he's comfortable with heroes like this. And of course, Enchantress is an interesting hero in terms of many carry matchups, because when you look at how powerful Enchant can be in many situations, it's like a 60% movement speed slow, so you have to come prepared with a hero that not only is able to, one, hit the Enchantress if that is on your priority level, but two, a way to dispel or have a BKB or something on the side, because if you don't have any defensive mechanisms on your carry and you don't itemize correctly, you can die to a very simple spell.
I mean, yeah, Ench is in a pretty damn good spot now. People used to max the enchant just for the creeps and how strong they are, but not too long ago she got damage on enchant as well, so it does 250 damage over time now total. So over the 5 seconds duration, that's pretty damn nasty to get hit by. So she's, not necessarily Chen level powerful, but she is a hero that can be quite annoying to deal with. Gives you a way to get rid of the reactive taser. Warcry now also dispellable until he gets his shard on Sven. So
yeah, and breaking blinks.
Nice. Yeah, but I like the reaction from Gamax. Those heroes kill Ench very fast. The Mars and the Sven have tons of damage. The Bonk can just delete her from Mars if he goes for a Deso build, or if he goes for the infamous Rapier Brooch build.
Yeah. Like we like to call it the Amar build.
Yeah, I mean, he did play it in pro games first, I think, so he gets to have it. But it was pretty much a build that the entire community in pub games were doing immediately. So it's sort of a crowdsourced build.
Also, Waga, did you notice my tweet yesterday about Tiny?
I did not see. What about Tiny?
Go and look it up, because the Tiny tree toss is actually pretty interesting if you've ever read the tooltip. We had a tiny moment and a pause yesterday in a game, and I somehow just randomly stumbled across hovering over that spell. I was like, wait a minute, what the hell is that debuff? And we are literally now calling his E tree trauma.
Tree. I like that it's called. Yeah, the title of the tooltip is Tree. Movement speed reduced by 25% from tree trauma.
Yes.
Tree. Yeah. Okay. We'll have to check. Keep your eye out, Mr. Cameraman, for the tree effect.
Yes, for the tree. We're gonna try and capture it on stream, because tree and tree trauma are the things to look out for.
Damn, that's a lot of teas, man.
Also in the cast.
10 seconds to
and
pick.
This game looks like we're gonna have a Pango come out from Winter Bear. A way to try and deal with some of these good control spells, as well as to just be in debuff immunity all the time. So Pango, pretty comfortable against these heroes. A way to get out of the Mars arena, or even get into the Mars arena as well. It is another comfort hero as well, so should be pretty nice for him. We'll see what they go for on the side of Gamax Saudi, though. Interestingly,
there's a good protection for the Pango with that primal ban.
It is a good protection, but yeah, there's still potential if they want to, if they play it. There is still Huskar available, of course, the disgusting last pick that can be very, very difficult to play against mid. We saw Viper last game, like that's pretty hard. Huskar is a different level. But when you have the Enchantress in your team, maybe you feel confident that, I can always get the help. Ench can come in and swing around and, offset that lane. So.
Yeah. And of course, like Gamax Saudi, you look at the way that they've targeted their bans this game, it's all about Mikey. It's like, we don't want you to have a good hero, and we're cornering you to pick something that we're preparing the draft for. He really is the star player of the team, so it makes sense that they take at least one player out of the mix. But a good player always has at least a hero pool of 7 to 8 heroes that he can easily maneuver. So let's see what Winter Bear decides to finish this draft with. Is he going to play the Pango? Is it still going to flex? Do they put the Tiny into the mid lane, pick themselves a support, put the Gyro as a carry position? Still, there's so much flex in this draft, and Gamax Saudi is just going to have to read what their direction is going to be.
You're definitely right. There's so many things that they can pair in different ways, but I would say the last pick a carry here. But no, they're gonna go for the Rubik. Okay, so that's an interesting one. Are they gonna run the Rubik off lane, which we've seen Whisper do, and we've seen quite a bit of popularity of the Dagon Rubik. Or is this going to be towards mid? Maybe they haven't even made up their own mind until they see the last
10
hero coming out from
seconds
Gamax. Not much time to react for this Rubik.
Yeah, plenty of time to think
5
about for
seconds
in terms of the
remain.
reserve time, but absolutely right. Like, is this a support Rubik? Do they flex the Pango and the Tiny now? Because it looks Gyrocopter is definitely locked into the carry position, unless it's like Mikey feels like, I'm going to play a mid Rubik, guys. Watch me do this. And you try to spend all of your bans, and I'm just going to style our way to a 2-0 with a hero pick you did not expect us to pick. So I would give him style points if he decides to pick that, because that would give me instant like mid-Dendy vibes, like going for that mid-Rubik, very early kind of power spike type hero, super reliant on early rotations to get those kills going their way. If it ends up being a Tiny, then you're playing on a similar kind of power spike. You got a snowball from the mid lane. If it's a Pango, things will change a little bit differently. And of course, Sven will get to challenge the Tiny in the lane for CS.
I think you put the Rubik off lane though into the Sven here. You know, it's a pretty nice lane because you can harass him from far away, fade bolt all the time. Whereas Pango gets close, gets hit by that cleave all the time, and you put yourself in danger of a stun combo and maybe some harass coming out from his support as well. So yeah, I think
I do like that idea of Rubik 3.
Yeah, Rubik 3 has been very successful lately. The Dagon is nasty on him, of course, with the high damage that it does as well. You know, we've seen quite a few players emulating it lately as well. And there comes that last big Huskar.
Yep,
We
you
talked
saw it
about
coming.
it. Shushu is going to be taking the Huskar, and this, you know, makes it very uncomfortable for a Pango mid. But like we said, Enchantress, it's going to be your job to save this mid lane, because Pango doesn't solo win against the Huskar unless the Huskar does something horrible.
Yeah, and I think Winter Bear, like, they were going places with this draft, but they will calm things down a bit. They will put the Tiny versus the Sven and put GZ on the Rubik. I like the idea, because I haven't really heard about Rubik 3, because if this were an offlane Rubik, I would have been writing down notes for my games, because I'd be like, well, I want to play Rubik 3. And I was thinking about it yesterday. Could this hero work as a 3? But you've already seen it in action, so apparently it can work.
I've seen, yeah. It honestly does work, but yeah, we're not going to see it this game. We'll see what GC can do on it anyway. It's a pretty good Rubik game, but he can be pretty good even without too many items, right? That's the question mark. Do you want to run it as a core? Can you justify running it as a core?
Yeah.
But he's going to be happy to play as a support here as well. Nice thing about Rubik is you can insta-react very easily against techies jumping in. Telekinesis, one of the best spells in the game for stopping techies jumping you, because how fast it is. It's, you know, we saw it against Collapse Magnus at TI, right? How good Rubik's insta-disable can be to shut down those quick initiation heroes.
Yep.
Techies really struggles against it.
But they went for that last pick Huskar here. Do you think that's going to turn the tide for Gamax Saudi? Like, there's always these mid Huskars that look like, well, they can dominate their mid matchup, but they can also throw away that lead with just a couple small missteps and a couple of mistakes. Like you said, Lowdown has to come and save this mid lane. Do you feel like Gamax could maybe walk away with this hero?
I think Gamax could take over the game if not correctly dealt with in the first 10 minutes here, yeah. Especially because I don't really like the carry Gyrocopter into Mars and Sven. I think you have so good damage mitigation against the carry Gyro here. Warcry is great. We see a smoke reveal here by Lowdyne, just gonna run away, very nice stuff. But yeah, the carry Gyro into the arena, which is gonna block projectile hits, and the Warcry to block a lot of your damage with the armor it gives. I just, you know, I'm not a fan of carry Gyro lately overall. I think the hero is a little bit underwhelming.
Let's see what the play is going to be from here.
30 seconds to
Taking
video
over the high ground
game.
position. You can see some
30
arrows are
seconds.
being drawn directly by Soul. Let's head over back to our high ground position, but there is a group of 3 already waiting.
This could be a dangerous move here, and they were spotted going around by the Observer Ward that was deep by Radiant here on mid.
Yep.
So Kachal in a good position. Just gonna wail at them a bit with the tree here.
Yeah, some tree
Knee
trauma. And there it is.
Murder
The
each
tree
other for lion
debuff applied onto the techies. So that will be enough to force him away. 2-2 for bounties, no first blood.
Yeah. So even Steven start here. Good. We want a fair fight, a clean fight, T-Panda.
Yep.
Going into this. A clean fight against the Huskar last pick.
Yeah, are you playing honest, or are you going to find some kind of thieves' trickery here versus this Huskar? Let's see what Winter Bear will do in the course of action as we get this laning stage underway. Shushu versus Mikey. starting off with a disarm right away. Of course, the shield crash doesn't really stop him from going for the CS.
Shushu failed his block though, so high ground gained by Mikey allowed him to get 2 CS very comfortably, and first creep wave here is feeling pretty good for him, not taking too much damage, and even getting cheeky deny there against Huskar, so this is a good start for him.
Oh, definitely is, and also making sure that he's getting almost that full wave there.
Yeah, great CSing.
Already having that level 2, has the way to protect himself from the Husker if he decides to start nuking. Unless he just skips that level 2 spears and goes for the passive instead. Because he is fairly low, as you can see. You can just throw out those fast spears.
Yeah, you go for the passive and just try and bully the CS, and then level 3 is when you really have your power spike and get the damage in with the spears as well. Spears before you have Berserker's Blood is a little bit too painful. You don't really have the HP yourself to pay for it. But now he can, you know, bully CS. But so far, I mean, 7 and 3, great start for Mikey here. And a lot of it does come down to that first creep wave being on his own high ground.
Also looking at the side lane here at the top. Kachal with the Tiny versus the Sven. Already pretty even up here. They're waiting for their level 2 timing, which is now. Tiny still doesn't have his, neither does the Rubik. So let's see if the techies can gain an advantage. At least Kachal. The wave is already going into his favor, right in front of the tier 1 tower. And the hard camp is blocked by the techies. And that easy camp also blocked by the Rubik. So he won't have access to it. We're going to have to fight it the old way. But Lodine will get the first kill with the help of Reality off of Blade Moose's Hoodwink. So Winter Bear on the board first.
I love his name, Blade Moose. I'd like to know exactly where that came up. Well, did you know that Sweden tried to make a moose cavalry once upon a time?
Moose cavalry?
Yes, the king wanted a cavalry made of moose.
Okay.
And turns out that doesn't work very well.
What period of time was this?
Was it like 1700s or something? I can't remember.
So it's like moose and muskets.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I think maybe it was even before then, but it was. It turns out that moose in great packs do not do very well as a cavalry. It's just, you know, not functional.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing. I mean, I was thinking about like reindeer, but they're not really that rideable, so I don't think they would be suitable for like a Finnish reindeer core.
We see the Lotus bottom being grabbed up by the gyrocopter. Gonna be happy to get himself a little bit of survivability. Meanwhile, top lane, the Lotus already consumed. Actually, no, they passed it to Sven. Never mind.
Look at the mid CS is now finally tied up, but the Pango has done a great job with the early moves there. Toss-in indeed, and actually takes down the techies. So Katal and Jeezy finding success, and that wave is still in front of the Tiny's tower. So a kill and keeping lane tranquility both intact.
Yeah, this is great for Kachal. He's enjoying this lane, and Sven not having the best time here. I mean, this is not a horrible lane, but he is struggling a bit against the high damage of Tiny when he grabs a tree. And we saw the combo power there. I mean, Rubik didn't even need to use telekinesis. They just moved him deep under tower and tossed back the techies.
Played the easy way. I don't know why I said lane tranquility. I keep mixing equilibrium and tranquility for some reason. Two spicy words.
Tranquil. Yeah, tranquil to keep the balance, you know. It's harmonious.
Yeah, harmonious indeed. Chal taking some early poke there as the techies and Sven kind of getting irritated by that previous play. And now the lane will push completely under the tower. Meanwhile, now it's the other part to lose their life. Blade Moose lost his first, and now Kurtenkele and that Black Cannon is causing issues for Blade Moose.
Seed shot almost
and the
ready.
Good old Warpine Raider just going all the way ham, and Lodan will pick up a double kill. Don't mind the Shen ban, I've got something to back it up of my own, and the Edge is on a killing spree 4 minutes in.
What a start here for them. Everything is going their way. They're winning top lane really hard. Bottom lane getting this double kill as well. And mid lane, Penguins 23-4 against 25-6 Huskar. This is amazing for him.
Yeah, fantastic laning phase coming out from Winter Bear. How long can they keep this up? I mean, is there a change of pace coming out from Gamax? Is there a particular timing that they can utilize? Because Mars 6, quite far away.
Yeah, they don't really have... I mean, this is too early to really look towards big combos. The biggest thing that's coming up soon is actually going to be in favor of Winter Bears when they get level 6 on their mid laner and Pango can start making impact towards the side
I feel so
lanes.
as well. I feel like they're just like they've made themselves into an even better follow-up to how this game has started.
Yeah, they're in good shape right now, and looking top, they're trying to play a bit aggressive against the stacked pool here as well. Just kind of farm it together with a tree grab here.
Yeah, apply that tree trauma onto the Bull Assassins. Techies, all he can do is just watch, soak up some of that experience that they got for themselves. While Sven does now hit level 4, first point into Warcry, but Warcry doesn't exactly help a lot versus a magical lane.
Yeah, I mean, Sven is known for being able to make fantastic recoveries in the jungle, and it's not like he's far behind here in the laning stage. He's gonna try to get Lotus, but Kachal already on it, has the Avalanche, should be able to get it.
Yeah, it's just the thing that I'm worried about is like how well this lane is already going. Husker will have to use his ulti on the Rubik. Blast off will not come in time, so Rubik just TPs all the way back home. But yeah, basically what I was going on about was like, if the laning stage goes this poorly, of course, like you can make a recovery as a Sven, but that map is going to choke. Your triangle is going to get contested super early because this Enchantress has such a great start for the game.
Gyro getting deep here. He does do a lot of damage, but
maybe too deep. Can they turn this around? I mean, Rocket Barrage is up in 2 seconds again, but he runs out of HP. He can't keep it up any further, so ends up being in a 3 versus 1 scenario.
He was playing behind the tower together with Centaur Creep from the Enchantress, but then the Centaur Creep timed out, and he's like, oh, wait, and Ench can't stay here as well. So suddenly, suddenly he was just left to his lonesome deep into the enemy territory, and good punishment coming out. Nice TP reaction as well by Gamax, and they needed this. They needed something going their way.
I know how viewers absolutely hate hearing casters talking about their pub experiences, but I have to talk about this techies for a bit and expiring when he talked about the Centaur just disappearing. I had this one game where we wiped on the enemy base, and I was playing techies, and I had the minefield sign placed in our base. Our team was calling GG, and I was like, wait just a bit, I have a minefield sign with Aghanim's, and they're going to walk into it. And 2 seconds before the into the high ground, the minefield sign says bye. Disappears into the ground. I'm like, no. The one thing we had for a comeback is gone. And just like, yeah, now you can call GG.
The timings. Looking at bottom, by the way. Pango
Revengeance. Revenge and
with
vengeance.
The activation.
Both combined. Kurtenkele will drop. Not much he can do about that. And that's a tower.
I mean, this is a good rotation because that's going to secure them the bottom tower, not the tower that you usually get early. And even digging up a little bounty rune for his mid laner here.
Solid. Easy bottle refill. Don't even need to TP for it. Yeah, things are going really good. And Shushu is also being harassed by Kachal. Jeezy also securing that arcane rune in the river. Tiny will take it away so that they won't be able to snatch it for themselves.
They're going to scout the Ancients being stacked up now and the big camp. So Enchantress goes in, sees it right now, pings it immediately, and they're going to start to try and steal this somehow as well.
At least take one creep after the other every 15 seconds with an enchant. That's one way to do it.
Just literally steal them.
Yeah. Oh, they realize they're going to have to do something about it. They are dropped fairly low, so Kurtenkele is like, well, I need to use my spells to fend off the attackers, but I kind of want these creeps too. And there goes QJY. In reality, and the ancient stack, the cooldown's coming in. Kurtenkele dies, even though he's in the middle of a double stack or a triple stack even. Mikey with another GT with the double kill. Shushu fighting back, but this Husker runs out of HP, and it's a complete disaster. Gamax are getting wiped as they try to protect their own turf. They're all dead, and Gyro lives. The Pango lives.
I think, yeah, they're all dead, but in this case, they're all alive is the more shocking one. How did nobody die on Winter Bears? What a clean fight from them. Just amazing how they positioned and how they took that fight into enemy vision, by the way. The high ground vision was there for Gamax, and still they were the ones to struggle throughout the fight. Oh, it was too much 1-by-1 trickling in effect. Also missing power spikes, right? They don't have level 6 on the and Mars. Like, he's only level 5 at 9 minutes. This is really rough for him.
This is looking really bad for Gamax. Like, having both of their supports and the Mars under the level 6, losing control of their triangle momentarily, but what was in it most importantly. That's even extra net worth added for all of these heroes inside the Winter Bear. The Diffusal Blade just got sped up a lot by the Pango. The Gyrocopter is now working already 10 minutes into a Crystallis for that extra damage. And Tiny has all that he needs for his early game. Like, he can start working on that Blink Dagger too. There's just so many items coming in for Winter Bear so that this power spike will continue, and Gamax still can't respond to it properly.
Yeah,
That's a lot of
the
stress.
net worths. Ench is currently ahead of Mars. They're fighting for net worth right now, and Ench, you know, it's just a little support, getting yourself the same amount of farm, and they're looking to do more with this, so pushing towards mid, using the catapult timing.
We're gonna try and punish the Enchantress here. The break is applied. DP comes out. The save from Mikey and Jeezy, and they might even get some kills alongside it. Husker low on HP, doesn't quite die. Has the armlet there. That would have been horrible.
Didn't get the punishment, but it looked like they might have gotten more there even. They were just missing a Tiny or a Gyro TP to maybe get the kills there. But Tiny did finish his Blink Dagger. Ready to join up for things now.
And again, this is going back to, like, you spent your almost entire banning pool on Mikey, and he still has a great game.
Yeah, I think it's just a, you know, outplay, to be honest, at this stage. Like, last game, you could say that, oh, you know, it's because of the rotations, but Mikey single-handedly made sure that he was not shut down mid this game. It was not about the Ench at all. He didn't rely on the Ench, and Pango should not be doing well against Husker. Like, he straight up shouldn't be.
Winter Bear at the best had a 6k lead already. Now 10-1 on the scoreboard as well. Kurtenkale, Blade Moose, QJY trying to make a move towards bottom. Reality, they find the gyrocopter once again. The kill that they can take. Nobody's coming in for the rescue yet. Hold down comes in though. Chal does get the connection as well with that, so Kurtenkale down, traded 1 for 1.
Yeah, good reaction there by Tiny. Always making sure to be around. And now they're invading enemy triangles. Huskar not being allowed to farm the Ancients as well. Gets shoved over to the other side. This is a rough game for them. They have to just play away all the time. Even full HP on both supports, they're like running backwards so far. Not allowed to be on the map.
Yeah, and that was the Tiny Blink reveal as well. He got there instantly to follow up on that cooldown. And now he's almost finished his Echo Saber as well. So pretty farm. Tiny topping the net worth actually. 6,300.
He's going for an interesting skill build too, not maxing the Avalanche and Toss that we might see on mid lane, but maxing Avalanche and then following with free throw. A bit more trauma, you know, going for that trauma build. So hot right now. The
trauma build. Yeah, just maxing out the farming capability. If they can also get a shard for him early on, this Tiny's farming speed will go off the charts.
Yeah, I like to see this. I mean, in general, this patch, the last like 2 years or whatever, we've seen a lot of emphasis on offlaners who can actually farm and become big. And that's the difference we're seeing this game. The Tiny is enormous, whereas the Mars has no farm at all. Like, that's a 3,000 gold difference between them.
Kurtenkale gonna bring in Shushu for the assist, and Stolen Spear throwing it by the Rubik. The blast off will cancel off the teleport. Blade Moose is there to help them out as well, so GZ will drop. Won't be able to catch the Pango, but Kachal, this is where they almost got their first start for the fight for a first blood. Now jumping in from the high ground position, quick snipe.
Nice combo. The Swashbuckle able to bring some damage from safe distance as well. Doesn't have the hard commit into all the heroes.
Yeah, and also
play like a Kachal. Also having a very nice game.
Yeah, and also daytime vision, so very easy to get good benefit out of that blink when you're playing on the dire side of the map like that. Kachal, though, he might be a bit too deep here. Oh, Huskar's going for a long jump in, and now he's out of position, but he will be able to deal some damage here. How much can he, and can he get some kills? The Bushwhack is a complete miss, though, and the Husker will drop as they don't get the follow-up in time. Blade Moose now gets a sharpshooter, but he dies to a Swashbuckle.
Oh, that is the risky move right there. He jumped from pretty far away, hoping that the Blink Dagger would not be in time there by Tiny, but Kachal, he's not asleep at the helm. He's ready. He's ready to away. Yeah, and he's got his friends behind him, so good reaction. And Huskar missing his timing entirely here. 14 minutes in, no Aegis, no kills, no assists, no towers. I mean, he just hasn't been able to do what you want from a Huskar.
Yeah, and also you can see that the Mage Slayer is now being built for the Pangolier with that amp damage in his model, so I think that maybe somebody else could build the Mage Slayer, but he's going to get a big damage amp from that.
It's gonna be pretty nice. The Mage Slayer is gonna be helpful against the Huskar as well for man fighting against him. You get a lot of survivability against the spears just by magic resistance, but if you hit him as well, then you can easily stay alive and tank it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
One of those
under
weird
fire.
things where when you kill the guy who was carrying, who was affected by the Mage Slayer, though, the damage increases because they no longer have the debuff.
Radiant's bottom tower is being attacked.
We learned something new.
Oh, spear stolen again. This really shouldn't be happening. Kurtenkele has to get on spamming the bulwark immediately after every spear.
Yep, and easy.
Immediately puts it to use.
Yep.
Yeah, this is one of those abilities that, you know, similar to like stealing Dismember or stealing Hook, like it shouldn't really happen if you're not, you know, making a mistake, because it's very instantaneous to click the bulwark.
Yeah, I think he's not quite used to what he's being seeing. But now that he sees that spear is being stolen, I feel like it's a bit too late to react to it because it's already credited a lot of kills.
Yeah, and it's a very good ability to have. Level 4 spear. I mean, this Rubik is going to be very happy to have the ability to chain stun people on his own, and also have the ability to clear a creep wave immediately. So, in a good spot right now. We have seen Sven make a shift down to Vinland, as I call it, when you're this far behind and getting crushed entirely. The safest part of the map to farm is the enemy jungle, you know. Nobody's there. It's just green acres and happy farming fields.
Oh, that is definitely for him. I mean, at least he needs to get his items safely. And where is safe farm when the enemies are literally at your tier 2 tower? So it's literally in the enemy side of the map. While Gyrocopter also in the lush greenlands farming some ancients here at the same time. Agonim's ready. He didn't go for the instant crystals. We talked about in 10 minutes, which he had queued up. But, you know, Ags first, of course.
Yeah, a bit more survivability from that. It's a bit less greedy of a build, but still going to be very, very nice for farming as well. You see Kachal just thinking about killing more people here. He's calling his friends over. Mikey's coming.
Yep.
The two of them have great potential together to burst this Mars.
And Sven just ulted as well, so they know that... at least on the side of Gamax, they won't be able to rely on Sven for some damage. While Kurtenkele spotted Kachal and Mikey will make sure that this Mars will go down. Not in history, but into the graveyard at least. Pops down the arena. Jeezy still has the spear, and he's going to get ultimate use of it as well. Throws out the Husker. Sharpshooter. Does he actually get it? Yeah, he did, but he will die during that, so Jeezy will drop. Techies is low. Sven with that ulti, it's run its course, so maybe there's a chance. Lowdown is low. Kachal finishes off the Techies. Has to wait a bit for his buddies, as Lowdown will have to tank the most of the abilities there. Can he kill this Husker? Yes, he can. Kachal bursts him down. 7-0 offlane Tiny. Just having a party, basically. Mikey and Vital, they'll make sure they get another kill. Blade Moose getting hunted here. 1 second for Avalanche to be ready. Bushwhack is thrown to slow him down. Kurtenkele is coming in, but remember, no arena, so this Hoodwink looks like he's just going to be going down as well. Another one going in the way of Winter Bear, and now 9k ahead.
That was like a minimal effort save attempt coming in on the Mars. Like, yeah, I'll try and help you. Here's a spear. I'm just gonna leave. He wants to farm his Blink Dagger on Mars. He doesn't want any piece of this action before he gets it. But as he farms, he's gonna caught again. Toss back by the Tiny.
And there's the Diffusal slow. Mage Slayer applied as well. Spear doesn't do any damage whatsoever to the Pango. And Jeezy will, well, he doesn't get the Spear steal this time. It's God's Rebuke, so Kurtenkele, he learned something. But, you know, the snowball is just going. Kachal is going for another kill, and that's his 8th.
I feel like it's almost insult to injury, the fact that they, you know, kill him with a Philosopher's Stone God's Rebuke from the Rubik there. Gets the last hit on the Mars. So minimal damage on this thing, but he still gets the finishing touch.
Yeah, the pen is sharper than the sword, and then you have the words speak more than action. Or actions speak more than words. Which one do you choose out of those two, actually?
Dire's top tower is being
I'm just staring at this Gyrocopter eyeing up the Sven. I can't think right now. He's just salivating. Look at him. He's like hunting him.
And Invis runs out, so he's going to get revealed. Now finally gets the target on him. Meanwhile, Shushu getting killed in the top lane at the same time. Sven trying to go for the teleport out, but that is very optimistic of him because he's not going to be successful in it. So 2 heroes down, backdoor protection is off, and they're still not quite focusing the tower here in the top lane, waiting for the creeps to arrive first.
I mean, he had the right idea, but just too slow to think about it. If he went for the instant TP there, the moment he killed the homing missile, he would have lived. But he took a few seconds to realize that he can TP out, and those few seconds allowed him to get bursted down.
Yeah, the small moments between life and death.
Landmine stolen now by Rubik. Always a fun spell to have.
There's the techies. There's not much that Gamax can do. It's a lot of sacrificial heroes given away just to get information where they're moving. So this is basically the job for most of the supports here. And unfortunately, so is for Kurtenkele, who has 6 deaths on this Mars. His net worth has been, you know, very difficult for him to get his game, get his package together, because he's also on the receiving end most of the time. He has to take the most aggressive farm on the map while the Sven gets to finish his items. He's got that BKB now, and is that the timing that they can utilize? The Tormentor is being taken away by Lodine. Mikey is taking some hits. Kurtenkele arrives here with the arena, and they can get the Tormentor as well. They will. Lodine gets killed by it, so they don't get a kill for Gamax, but they at least secure the Tormentor. Mikey gonna get hit by the Rod, but they are gonna have to back out.
That's pretty nice for them, actually.
Oh,
they get
Kachal, beautiful 4-man avalanche coming out. Blade Moose does get out, though, and Soul keeps on hacking. Mikey to the low ground, and Reality to clean house. Gets Blade Moose, gets Shushu, and onto Soul they go as well. They thought they had an opening there, but what a play. Kachal gets in the right place at the right time. They saw they were backing out, and Tiny just stuns them all.
And again, they didn't get a single kill technically because End died to the Tormentor there. So it's again a 5-man wipe for nothing for them. I mean, yes, you got the Tormentor. It looked like it was going to be decent for you, but great play here. I mean, Kachal has really impressed me in this game on his Tiny.
Oh, he has.
I think he's had a wonderful impact on this game. His blinks have been on point, and yeah, we see him just pushing now. Blastoff is ready, looking for a jump.
He already has the Conda up on this Tiny, so that tree toss will do a heck of a lot of damage. And Kurtenkele, he'll go down, and so will the Husker, as they've already lost the techies in the mix. You could quite fairly say that Winter Bear, they've got this one in the bag. The GG call comes out, and that's a 2-0 for the Winter Bear side.
That is a quick 2-0 as well, looking very dominant here in this series. I think they just look like the stronger team altogether. I mean, side lanes played really well. We talked about mid lane at, you know, no end here, basically how Mikey has played his way back into from bad situations here. Both games he was counterpicked, both games he looked great from the mid lane, but even so in the side lanes, I mean, Hoodwink and Techies are very lane winning supports, and both games Winter Bear were pretty happy on the side lanes as well.
Yeah, and again, like replicate one performance from Lodine, from the Chen to the Enchantress. Again, a great game from him. The offlane Tiny worked out wonders. They beat every lane technically because Pango, Husker should win that one, but Pango kept his ground really well, stuck up with the net worth, wasn't only but a couple hundred gold behind on the Husker. I think that's really great from Mikey. But most importantly, Kurtenkele did not have a game. Enchantress snowballs. Sven stacks contested. They also get taken away. They lose control of the map. And it is, you know, it's a scram for panic.
Yeah, for sure. It was panic all over the place. They didn't have the timings ready. They didn't get the 6 on Mars in time. They didn't get the Huskar impact that you wanted. Gamax were, you know, they tried what they could here, but Winter Bears, they won that game in the first, like, 7 minutes of the game, I want to say.
But as this series comes to a close, Winter Bear take the 2-0. We have another one coming up right after this one. It's going to be a bit of a break, but it is a rolling schedule, so you don't have to wait for too long. So we'll take a tiny break, and Finland and Sweden will return for the next series in a bit. And we're back, ladies and gents. A bit of a wait there as we wait for the players to load in, but we are good to go for the second series here at the MENA Qualifiers, with this time Nigma Galaxy versus AdoNis. So this will truly be a big feat and a big challenge for AdoNis to go up against such a household name of the region and, of course, of the Dota world entirely. Here with T-Panda and Wagamabu with the cast. I don't think Nigma really needs an introduction here, Waga.
They don't. No, I mean, Nigma, they're, the team that people are expecting should be going through here, and it will be a bit task for AdoNis, like you said, to go up against them, but we'll see what they can do as well. Nigma, they've had roster changes, they've had stuff happening as well in recent times, so overall, they're still kind of finding their footing, but we're talking about such experienced players that they should be flying through this.
Oh, definitely. And AdoNis, well, it all starts with a draft, right? So let's head straight over into the draft and see what's going to happen here. We already saw Winter Bear take a clean 2-0 versus Gamax Saudi. Almost made that second game look a little bit too easy on their end. So if everything proves to be correct, the both teams that have already accumulated some international experience would be going up against each other in the upper bracket final. But we'll have to see if a curveball is thrown in their direction in this particular series, but it has to come through AdoNis's initiative to really change things here.
Yeah, for sure. And so far I like what they're doing. They're banning out the Chen, Ensh, Timber, and Sven. Pretty solid set of first base bans, I would say. They left through the Centaur and Batrider, some heroes that we see Bat being picked immediately by Nigma, and they're going to go for the CM. I love the CM first phase pick, actually. I think this is a hero that doesn't tell you too much and does really well in current meta. We see several teams have had great success with CM to the point that she started getting a little bit of ban even, which, surprised a lot of people, I think.
Yeah, like a hero that works against a lot of the picks in the current meta, like the Primal Beasts, the Pangos, sometimes even the Ember Spirits, even against the Batrider, like a great turnaround ability to some very efficient ultimates on your opponent's side. And of course, the mana battery for the team always kind of underestimated maybe in today's Dota, when it used to be so much worse with the mana cost, mana loss reduction talents this hero used to have back in the day. But I feel like CM, she's reaching a new prime. I totally agree with you on that.
She is. And I think a lot of it is also coming back to the fact that the shard is actually quite nice now. It's got great potential for chain frostbiting someone, and you can just keep them in place for a very long time. Not that you expect to necessarily have the shard, every single game, but if you do get it, it's, pretty damn good nowadays. Yep. And against Batrider in particular, having the double disable of the Crystal Nova to slow and then frostbite to hold you in place, it can lane pretty well against him if it's going to be a support Batrider.
Also, still going back to the CM, I feel like we're living in a patch where you actually get full duration Crystal Maid and ultis off, where back in the days, be like it's instantly cancelled or it has minimal effect. You actually get so much value out of it because how the heroes maneuver, how they play in the current meta. So a great pick, but the thing is, AdoNis, they showed up a tiny bit late to the lobby, so they only got 12 seconds left on the reserve time. Not a lot of time to think about the picks. They go straight for the Centaur.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of penalty going their way here, but CM Centaur, very classic combo, a lot of damage, and we'll see what Nigma responds with.
Yeah, we already got the Batrider to kick things off with, and now room to support, room to add some supports. Maybe they'll flex around this Batrider, depending if they want to play it as a support, lane support, for example. This Gyrocopter doesn't tell us too much yet. That could also be flexed into the pause for. We've seen a lot of carry gyros come out lately. Like, it feels like this is I wouldn't say the new hot thing, but definitely has rose to the occasion, where gyro carries are definitely capable of playing alone, even without the IO. I feel like that is old meta.
Yeah, I like the approach of Nigma here. The heroes that they pick up, the Batrider and Gyro, a lot of flex, and then even the Tiny, fitting into that same category.
Yep.
And all have a lot of good disables here as well, which you want against the Centaur to lock people down so they can't just run away with ulti or run in with ulti. And also having ways to stop the CM ulti. So we saw Tiny have great success by Kachal earlier as offlane. We'll see if that's possibly something they're going to run here on Nigma.
Let's see. AdoNis, they don't have a lot of time to think about the picks, so Centaur Hood looks like one lane duo that they've already achieved for themselves, and of course this could be the carry pick coming out quite early. There's no flex in their draft whatsoever, so either this next one is something you can swap between 1 and 2. The only thing that really comes to mind is Alina, but do you feel like comfortably picking Alina into a Batrider Tiny? Doesn't look like the greatest game for it.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. They're gonna go for Weaver here, so a hero that can quite easily kill the homing missile. And yes, Lasso is pretty good at catching you, but also a very natural Lincoln buyer if you want to get to that phase. And if it is gonna be an offlane Tiny, which they did run before on the side of Nigma, then Weaver lanes pretty well against it. You have tons of physical damage, and minus armor into Tiny before he hits level 6 can be a great way to burst him.
Yeah, and he really struggles in killing those bugs as well with no attack speed. And then the CM added into the mix, even slower attack speed. So yeah, you're absolutely right about that. This Weaver can get a lot of poke in and even make the right-click damage of CM look big when it's not exactly that high of a right-click. So they do have themselves a pretty good lane secured. But usually when we look at the 18th pick, which in this case goes for the team that has first pick themselves, they get a great opener. They get to see the opponent's second phase picks, and they get to answer it here. What do you really think is a massive crushing pick you could go for here as Nigma? Not necessarily a hero, but what kind of a hero do you need here? Because you have that flex in your draft already.
I mean, this looks like a puck game to me. They haven't banned it out. I think you could already start thinking about your mid-hero because, yeah, there we go. Because AdoNis, they have so much stuff that you want to catch. The Hoodwink, the Weaver, the CM, and the Coil is even great against Centaur. So this is just the cleanest puck game I've seen pretty much by AdoNis. Their heroes get countered by it. Of course, you will probably get countered on mid. They do have last pick on AdoNis. But Puck doesn't really care how much he loses lane. You can always come back. Mid-game, late-game, Puck is a monster this patch.
Yeah, the way the hero scales these days definitely doesn't matter too much about how the laning stage is going to go. So with the a lot of variables in your item builds, and of course, like the introduction of Parasma just made Puck even stronger with all the upgrade to the Witchblade, a kind of a must-have item on this hero these days. So you even have an upgrade on top of that too. But they do ban out the IO on the side of AdoNis. They're like, well, there's still potentially room for maybe FBZ likes to pull off his offlane Batrider, which we have seen him play quite a lot to some good results. So just taking away the possibility of getting that lane combo. And Nigma, they will lock in the Kunkka. That is also, by the way, another FBZ hero, but I know Sumail could pull it off in mid. How do they lane this? You know, Kunkka, Puck, Gyro.
I would assume that what we're looking at here, I mean, they can play it in so many different ways, but I think it's carry Gyro. I think it's Puck mid, and I think it's Kunkka. Well, actually, I think it's Tiny offlane, and then Kunkka support. It's a pretty good support Kunkka game. So, but we'll see. We'll see what Nigma want to do. And AdoNis getting down to the last seconds here on their timing. They're going to go with the Ember Spirit. That's a rough Ember Spirit game, though. We talked about the previous game we watched where Mikey was having a great time with his Ember. There was not too much to shut him down, but look at this. There's Lasso, Homing Missile, Tiny Combos, Coil, X-Marks, Torrents. You know, there's a lot of disabled to play into.
Yeah, and you talked about you can counter the Puck, but does the Ember really counter the Puck here in this matchup? I don't think it really does that much. So Sumail is really set for success in this particular game. And FBZ will pick off the offlane Kunkka paired up with Matthew on the Tiny. So do you feel like this is a real draft victory on the side of Nigma Galaxy? Because the way AdoNis were approaching this was no real flex, revealing their cards straight away. We're going to pick these heroes. We want to play them out. We're not going to hide any secrets here. What do you think about Nigma? Do you feel like this is a blowout or just a minor draft win?
Yeah, not a blowout, I wouldn't say. I do think that they have a lot of things going for them. I think the Puck mid-game should be looking really good here. They have good active heroes to play with, good catch against the elusive heroes on the side of AdoNis. So I think Nigma have things that will go really well for them. But AdoNis, they also have internal combinations. They have that CM Centaur very nice together, the Hoodwink for burst. They have the Ember set up with the Searing Chains. There's a lot of going, and even the Weaver laning stage. Like I said, Weaver should have a good lane. It is going to be Matthew on that Tiny. So I think Weaver's going to have a good start. So we'll see how much Weaver can do and how much value they can get out of the different combos. I would say I favor Nigma though a little bit. I would rather play on that team.
Yeah, that definitely play on the team as well. The draft looks like it's a bit more easier to execute and play around. Of course, when you talk about the Weaver, every time there's a situation you might look for a kill, especially when we look at the mid-game stages, a Weaver lineup should always look to take an objective right after. It's kind of like playing Klink's gameplay. You get a kill, you get an objective, so you got to be careful not to give any extras on the side of Nigma Galaxy. But they've got some pretty strong item timings that could prove fatal for AdoNis in this game as we head over into the game picture as well for game number 1 between AdoNis and Nigma Galaxy, both smoked up and some early wards placed down into the mid lane.
Yeah, we saw one ward placed mid by Sumail. Yumi is going to throw one down as well as he wraps around here. And we'll see if the contest will be here. Sumail walking up a high ground, but he did get a smoke reveal there, so he knows the location now of Radiant.
Also, what do you think about the Centaur opening build here? It's a Bracer Tango.
That's very weird, actually. Yeah, that is super strange. But yeah, this is normally not what we see. Normally we see, some increase in armor for Centaur due to a super high region. I mean, the Bracer, I don't really see the value of buying the full recipe for it even. If you want Bracer, why not buy, the circlet and the gauntlet and then buy some small items like branches? Or... Yeah, I don't like this at all. I would rather see a Wraith Band, not gonna lie.
Exactly, yeah. I was thinking the same thing. Like, either build like the pieces towards the Wraith Band and then get the recipe during the laning stage as it's kicked off, but they just go straight up for a Bracer Tango. So he does have extra HP, but he has 0 armor on this hero. So
yeah, no, I'm a double ring of protection Centaur enjoyer. At least double, possibly triple. Just saying, the armor is very good on this hero. Double ring of protection, Quelling Blade, regen, branches, that kind of stuff feels nicer.
Well, an early double disconnect from the side of AdoNis, a bit of a connection issue as well. They were already given less draft time as we kicked off the game.
Watch out, AdoNis. The admins are gonna get you if you out for too long. You're late to the start, and then getting DCs as well.
Yeah, hopefully they don't get minus pause time, because that would be the worst.
This is Matthew telling the admins, rock him, sock him, get him. We just want the Dota to start up here, but hopefully the players will come back.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, I have some soundboards that I can play to the audience that you can't unfortunately hear, but when the game kicks off, I have this air horn button, like ear, to really get the game rolling, because people are usually used to hearing me doing the throat singing at 10 seconds because I'm trying to imitate the dire horn. But I've been sick for the last week and I'm only recovering now, so might have to save my voice a bit for that.
Yeah, probably not the wisest move. My voice is also giving out for some reason. I'm probably sick, even though I don't feel sick. Probably something. But yeah, if you
early morning cast.
If you hear me dying, it's probably just that.
Yeah, people are just tuning into the T Panda Waga podcast early episode here, so we're waking up together with all of you people out there.
So what are you excited for in this game? What are you looking forward to in this match?
Matthew. I mean, there's one word. I mean, I'm a huge Matthew fan. I think I always have been since I saw him play the Ember 4. I talked about this to you during the break. That his Ember Spirit was something that really made me attached to Matthew as a player. And I watched those couple TI runs where he would show his heroes, and I was like, he always seemed to have a great time. And one of those SA players that truly convinced me that SA has some real high caliber talent. Because when you talk about today's Dota, how many exciting POS 4 players since Jerax can you actually name? And even Jerax was kind of more like a POS 5-ish type of player when you think about it in the end, but there's not a lot of them.
I would say probably the one that most people are keeping an eye on right now is probably 9 class. He's another one because he pushed the entire TB meta basically, or rather TB reflection. Can't say TB meta, that's confusing. The TB reflection gameplay that is turning him into a support. So I think he's a very, very fun one. But yeah, you're right. It's always fun to see innovation on different positions. Even in this game, playing the tiny support, it's not the mainstream thing. It is done every here and there, but it's not super common.
Yeah, it's like everybody knows Tiny is usually being put into the support. There was a long time we've just played Tiny mid, and then we see maybe a Tusk being answered. That was the Tusk mid era that we had like a year ago, a bit over a year ago. But Tiny as a support, you always have to remember that this is never an easy hero to pick because it is so reliant on your team that you can find openings for heroes to actually benefit from the spells you throw in to get kills, to get forward to that Blink Dagger, and then really start to snowball as a support to help out your team. It's never that easy that you just pick Tiny 4 and you're going to have a great game because you are the one making those moves happen.
Yeah, so far he's doing a good job harassing down over on the CM here and then making sure that he blocks the enemy small camp spawn as well with his body. There's a sentry on his big camp, so he doesn't get to have a pull available for him, though.
Yeah, and also a the sentry placed down pretty close to the lane as well, so they might be even get information on a hard camp sentry at the same time. Maybe even a cheeky little jungle lane ward that might be placed down. Not your traditional sentry placement, at least.
Yeah, he has a second sentry ready whenever. He just needs to bring it out, but currently busy fighting the CM here, getting towards his level 2 as well.
We're already seeing some early usage there of Nitro and his poke. Knowing that this Tiny is a hero that will definitely take some early harass, but FBZ will also try to retreat back with that Tidebringer. Looking at the top lane as well, there's a kill opportunity onto a Centaur. He pops his stick, but that's going to be Miracle with the Gyrocopter getting first blood. Might be even a second one as Kuro fighting till the last man towards Zigzag, and Hoodwink will drop as well. The first 2 kills go for Nigma.
Well, that is big, killing the entire lane there, getting double and none of them dying. That allows him to go back as well here on Kuro and get a small camp pull before they come back to the lane on the enemy. And he's going to do a nice half pull here as well. So both those creeps dead.
CM rotated here too.
Yeah, she went here, but that leaves the Weaver a bit alone. Sure, Weaver is strong at laning, but you know, you can't really stay here and going back and forth through the
Let's see if they can do this. They want to try and punish Miracle at half HP. Does get the flat cannon off, and the frostbite is there, but the stick is going to be maybe enough. There's a flame break, but Kuro can't quite push Cold and Depkid far enough. Now Kuro, low on HP, would like to fight back, but wouldn't be able to get to that Crystal Maiden without being in the threat of dying himself as well. So AdoNis, they make the rotation pay off, and now you can see Weaver drop down to 100 HP in the bottom lane as he was left alone.
Oh, this is costly though. Yeah, like you said, the Weaver dropping that low and CM TPing in bottom with no HP, no mana basically. He has Mangles available, but this is not a great position for him against this Tiny who has already done some prep work, unblocking his big camp, and look at him. He's just gonna go in and wail at the CM.
Yeah, apply the tree trauma onto this Crystal Maiden. 1-2 more right clicks, and Matthew should tap this kill, but there's the deny as the Dark Trolls are suddenly more interested in a Crystal Maiden than a Tiny. So CM will drop.
Nice use of the fact that Matthew chased a little bit too fast there. So as he moved forward, that allowed the CM to slip behind him and take the aggro of the creeps and get the
real basketball ankle breaker move there.
It was, yeah.
We haven't looked at this mid lane at all. Puck 22-7 versus the 17-2 on the Ember Spirit. Just a tiny bit of an experience lead. And Matthew comes to take away the Water Rune, so the Ember Spirit is going to end up harassed by this Tiny. And this is what I love to see from Matthew, is that he's not afraid to go for the poke on the harass. And Sumail almost gets a kill for the Illusory Orb. That's going to mean Ember walk all the way back home.
Yeah, respecting the Fair Fire plus the Flame Guard. They're not gonna orb in, even though he had the silence and some right clicks available. It would be very dangerous for Puck. And Puck is happy to take the sure win here of Ember having to leave. So he's just getting more CS advantage. Good start for Sumail in mid lane.
Try and make a play on Nitro here in the bottom lane with a Torrent, but Matthew is a bit late for the party. Kunkka actually dropping low, has the bug to worry about. Avalanche in between. And now Crystal Maiden goes for a bit of poke, but now Matthew, he's helping out FBZ first. Frostbite comes out, big hits from Nitro, and Matthew with the Fairy Fire lives through that, and Cold doesn't have the mana to cast a spell, while Miracle gets to fight at the same time as the Depkid take down the Centaur, and they can't get a kill in the bottom lane either, using all of their resources for that.
That was big because Miracle was fighting 1v2 there, showing the power of Gyrocopter. 2 points in Rocket Barrage, does so much damage these days. And as Kuroki was just going for a pull, Miracle just gets the solo 1v2 kill.
3 kills now off for Nigma. 2k up as well in net worth. Depkit barely has any farm on the Centaur. Just the 10 last hits to the 32 on Miracle. So this top lane, it's a big win for Nigma.
I'm gonna go back to say his item build is a problem, dude. You can't have 9 armor on Centaur. This is, or 1 armor.
Yeah.
9 armor would be
9 armor, you know, you're not wrong. Now
he has 9 damage resistance. That's why I said that.
And now he's getting hunted again. Pops out as 1, but to no avail. Also, Nitro dies in the bottom lane, so the carry Weaver getting picked off as well. And maybe Sumail finds another with a coil used onto the Ember Spirit, but Anumi, he does get back up from his Crystal Maiden, gives the bottle refill. Sumail, however, with that happening, secures the amp for himself.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's gonna dodge any possible frostbite as well, and you know, got the rune. The coil maybe didn't get a kill, but it did secure that he's gonna get the chance to take the rune for sure. So maybe it was a heads-up play to just guarantee the power rune for himself.
Now Yumi also getting poked a lot by that extra damage on Sumail's puck. Bottle refill. Matthew teleports in for that too. So puck refilled. 30 seconds for another coil and make another attempt. And both of the supports rotated in to help the Ember because they weren't sure if this puck would actually dive. That's leaving Depkit again. He's being zoned out by the Gyrocopter himself. It's not even the support poking Depkit out. It's Miracle himself.
Yeah, I mean, a single flat cannon does a lot of damage to him. We already have full Falcon Blade, Band of Elven Skin as well. So Miracle on this Gyro, he's getting really strong. He's level 6 as well, so you have to respect the cooldown potential now.
Sentry in the lane. FBZ gets his full combo onto Nitro. Boat connects. Matthew coming in from the back as well, and that should be the Weaver down. And that's also going to be the Crystal Maiden dropping. Double kill for FBZ. Matthew up for 3 assists now.
This is looking very rough for AdoNis. I mean, this is a terrible start pretty much. 5k gold lead at 7 minutes. Nigma definitely showing that they're taking this qualifier game seriously, not going to be messing around.
Yep. Early in the lobby. Early in the game.
Got some push-ups in before the game, you know, get yourself ready.
Yep, true early birds. You can see Kuro is also stacking the enemy jungle in the triangle. Gonna make a stack out of that hard cap. Maybe he's gonna farm it himself. They're gonna stack around this Ember Spirit with the coil. Matthew with the toss. No toss to break the coil link, but not needed.
Still get the kill. The region is going to be snagged up here by CM on bottom, looking for maybe killing Tiny, but with his boots and windlace, he gets away in time.
I just love how Kuro just made a stack for the enemy, and maybe he's going to farm it himself. Sumail, meanwhile, fighting versus Cold, living up to his name as a Crystal Maiden, but Cold is the grave. Zigzag also forced out by Kuro with a flame break. Can't quite dive him under the tower. Next teleport in, that's again the Ember Spirit coming back in.
We might see a lasso usage soon here by Kuro as well. He's going to farm up the stack that you were talking about before, though. He's working on his own net worth here, staying relevant, and also got that deep ward planted earlier. So he's just, you know, living good life here.
So looking at the, that is the last neutral item picked up for Nigma Galaxy, so he'll get it for himself. Seats of Serenity. Have you read the active on Seats of Serenity, by the way?
The Verdur's Dale?
The Verdur's Dale, yes.
Yeah. Of course, the Verdur's Dale is, you know, it's a nice name, very random. Yeah, I want to say that, you know, you pointed out that's the last neutral for them as they go for a kill bottom again. Oh my god, the combos here. The Weaver just can't stay alone. They have 5 neutrals. The opponents have 0 neutrals.
Yep.
So you're playing with a pretty big advantage here.
Yeah, nobody's hitting jungle creeps. They're so focused on saving their lanes that nobody actually has freedom in this game. While Nigma basically just do whatever they want at this point. Dictate the pace, go for kills, farm the jungle, whatever they want. They're diving under the tower just because they can. Matthew, he might die for the first time here. And Yumi will pick up that kill with the Remnant jump. So he will get his first on the board. but he's going to need a whole lot of more of those kills because he's the one leading in the net worth for their team, and their side lanes are in shambles.
They are. The side lanes are in shambles. Their supports are in shambles. I mean, the net worth is just horrendous right now. They get less than 250 gold for killing the CM, by the way. She's barely worth anything. Whereas the Tiny dying there a single time, that's 600 gold. Yep. So, yeah, any kill they can find for AdoNis right now is going to be big for them due to a comeback mechanic. But it's looking rough right now. All the cores are massive. Kunkka leading the way with an Orchid at 10 minutes. I mean, this guy is a monster.
Yeah, Orchid up on the Kunkka, so every time the Weaver will show up, he can even try and solo kill from now on with the burst that he has available. Puck still yet to reveal anything else except for the Witchblade build-up, so we'll see what is he going to go straight for the Blink Dagger after, or if he has something else on his mind. It is Sumail after all, so maybe we might be expecting something spicy.
I suspect he's gonna go just for a Blink and play high tempo, since, you know, Sumail is a very flashy player. That's how he enjoys playing. And, you know, Blink kind of allows him to just capitalize on these squishy heroes.
It is the biggest item you can get on a Puck, because it really enables you to make plays.
Yeah, for sure. Mids, they're really looking towards this tower, eyeing it up. Meanwhile, Jarekopter pushing top as well with his catapult.
Also a deep ops ward placed down between the tier 1 and tier 2 towers, showing all of that vision, even in daytime. Extending a bit further, they take down a Numi, they take down the mid tower. Miracle finishing off the T1 by himself in the top lane at the same time. So 2 towers for the cost of 1 fight.
They're just completely outclassed this game. I mean, AdoNis is falling apart faster than we can even highlight it. It's Miracle going in, farming the enemy triangle again here as well. This is not the enemy triangle. This is just their second triangle. They have all the access to the entire map right now. And AdoNis, when you're this far behind, you need to activate your Centaur. You need to play around the Centaur. Yeah. Somehow, he doesn't have Blink, but I don't know if you can wait for the Blink. Like, this is... You need to go together with the 2 supports and Centaur, I think, and just hope for any pickoff.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, you're working on a Blink while the Gyro already has Falcon Blade, Crystallis, Point Booster as well towards the Ags, and as we can hear from the backline, there is a coil used up on the Ember Spirit, so that's also going to be him dropping down. Crystal Maiden for another kill, and Sumail picks up his first killing spree of the game, and this is really where this Puck is going to start shining. Level 10, has the majority of his points in his burst. And of course, that Blink Dagger soon on the works already, but that Witchblade is coming to full effect.
Yeah, he's getting very, very strong. And I mean, FBC, meanwhile, they're playing so impressive on the side lanes. He's 8.5k net worth on the
Orchid. You have the vision on him, though. Oh, the dust comes out a bit late, so he's going to save onto it for a little bit longer. Finally drops it on the Hoodwink, so he can't initiate. Puck actually extended quite deep in here. Sumail needs just a little bit more time. He finally gets the orb off, but the Sharpshooter will take him out. So Zigzag, with the help of his buddies, and now they use the Stampede as well so that they can get themselves a kill. But how far do they extend? Because Crystal Maiden taking a huge poke from FBC from range, and they're making sure that they can't initiate again.
Those Tidebringers clipping the Weaver as well. I think Sumail got a little bit baited by his own teammate there. FBC not using the Orchid on the Weaver at all, which could be used to try and burst him. Sumail committed for that kill and ultimately didn't really get anything. So big kill. I mean, they got over 1,000 gold. They got 1,100 plus gold for killing Sumail there. So that's going to help them a little bit come back into the game, but yeah, this is a difficult spot to be in still. And
now the Ember can't escape. Orchid applied by FBC into the Torrent, to the stun from Matthew, and the burst is going to be more than sufficient to take him out for the 4th time this game. Nigma taking over the triangle. Really looking for a speed run here in this first game.
Yeah, they are. They're putting on a clinic, and you know, they're trying to stay on the side lanes as much as possible here on the side of AdoNis, trying to shove bottom lane out with the Weaver. But their own triangle is completely taken away. Blink ready on the Centaur.
We can't seem to be getting that area back in control. But yeah, you mentioned that Blink on the scent. Stampede coming off cooldown. They smoked up for Cold. He is going to have his smoke pop, and he sees Sumail, gets the Frostbite out. There's the illusion coming up, but the stun will fall off, and Sumail is in peril. He will go down. Matthew now being chased as well, but there is the Gyrocopter coming in. Miracle will keep an eye open, but Matthew was already down. So 2 good pickoffs there with the blink reveal.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazing for them. Good bait by the CM going in first, kind of just revealing the opponents and then punishing quickly. And we see again, there's so much gold for any single kill they get. So Sumail, you know, in the last 2 minutes here, is giving away over 2,000 gold to AdoNis to try and come back.
And I liked what Sumail was trying to do, was actually just purge off the Frostbite by using that illusion rune, but sadly the Centaur appears at the same time for the stun, so he had no time to press a phase shift.
Yeah, today's been a tough day for the illusion rune. You know, in the previous series we saw the same thing basically happen.
Well, Anumi, Cold, and Zigzag. They do have somebody on their sides, but FBZ, this might be too much of a bite to chew.
Miracle, they saw Miracle go up here as well. You gotta try for him.
Could be even better here. Frostbite comes out, Bushwhack Sharpshooter as well. Nitro and Anumi just nuking this gyrocopter. And another kill going their way. So FDZ will bring in the Weaver, Orchid it up as well. Matthew on the side tosses him on top of him. And the Orchid damage is not enough. He gets his ulti up at the lasso from Kuro. And still Nitro seems to be getting away. And there's a chance to fight and turn. And Numi is there. Nitro finally drops to Kuro. Burning down. Crystal Maiden will drop as well. And so does the Ember. So a bit of a false sense of security given there for AdoNis, as Nigma still take the fight in the end.
Yeah, Nigma do get the win, but not by much still. When you're this far ahead, you know, it's a 3-for-2 kill trade, sure, but you lost your carry. He's worth so much. Like, I keep harping on it a bit, but he was an over 1,200 gold kill. So that almost weighs up for all the heroes that died on the side of Radiant there. And they got a bonus kill on top of that as well. They brought down the Tiny. So if I was in AdoNis, you know, you're still happy about that fight.
Depkid still has a rocket following, and Miracle will make sure to chase this Centaur. Could still maybe kill him here. Oh, that's actually a level 1 rocket, so never mind. He's not going to go for it. Meanwhile, the Ember Spirit, yeah, back to the grave. He just teleported, and he died right away.
Yeah, it's getting rough, and this is before Tiny has his Blink Dagger. Matthew doing a great job of being at the right place at the right time. Courtesy of those Tranquil plus Wind Blaze, you know, has the high mobility, but with the Blink Dagger, Tiny is really gonna come into fruition here against these squishy heroes.
Yeah, and he's also had to soak up that frontline damage, so it has led to him dying a couple of times instead of staying alive when those kills happen after. So it has pushed his blink timer backwards a little bit, but hasn't really hindered him that much. They're still in a commanding position. CM is also finishing off drums. Weaver has a multitude of items to finish, but yeah, this is a very early Roshan. But they can't do much about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a good call. They have the damage. They have Crystallis over on the Gyrocopter along with his Aghanim Scepter, the Orchid helping out a bit, and even the Robo Puck now with Witchblade. I mean, that is a fantastic neutral item to get for the Puck damage increase. And he buys the shard already, so he's gonna have that extra magic damage, 35 per hit.
Also a smoke from AdoNis to take over the bottom half of the map. See if they can find a lone straggler. And Kuro will be the one, and Depkid, okay.
It's a toxic pause. He disconnected just to BM right before he goes down. The Hoodwink got the ulti wind up.
Yeah, pub mentality. That pause timer is running once again. You know, that disconnect is on a clock, by the way.
All right, T-Panda, here's a quiz. Who will get the last hit here on this Batrider? Because we've got the Hoodwink winding up the Sharpshooter. CM is channeling the ulti, and the Ember is in the middle of an attack animation. Who's gonna get it?
Who's gonna get it? I say CM.
Yeah, you think CM?
The Frostbite is on, and you know the AOE is there.
Bless RNG. Yeah, could happen.
Maybe
She
it's
kind of
enough.
needs 2 hits though for it to happen. Since maybe. Actually, there's Frostbite ticking too. Yeah.
If Ember hits right away, then the CM tick wins. If CM ticks first, and Ember hits after, then it's Ember's kill. Hoodwink has no chance.
You think Hoodwink has no chance? I don't know.
I think he has no chance.
The projectile's very fast. I think the pause, he just has to spam that R button when the resume comes. You know, zoom zigzag, he just has to actually smash his keyboard here, and he could get it.
But who gets the money really? Ember could finish off Mage Slayer with that kill. CM could almost finish drums with that money. Almost.
Ah, yes.
This is an unkilled Batrider. Let's see who wins. Drum roll. And it goes for Zigzag, so the one who shouldn't take it misses the sharpshooter. And
He got
gets
it
that
with the
kill.
bushwhack damage.
Yeah, he did.
Radiant's top tower is
Okay,
under attack.
I didn't think the bushwhack damage over time on level 1 bushwhack was gonna be the one to get.
Yeah, level 1 out of all things as well, so yeah. Meanwhile, Ember Spirit, well, he looks like he might be dead. The Orchid is there, and the burst is more than sufficient, so Sumail picks this one off. Miracle with the 3-2-2 stats, but I'm pretty sure that means nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we see some wonderful stuff from the Kunkka value in this game, right? I talked about it against the Centaur, how nice it is to have that X mark. It feels really, really great, because the Centaur had ulti, but you can't save your Ember there. He's just gonna die.
Yeah, full on counter. Ulti on a basic
And
ability.
I mean, he finished up his Mage Layer, but he still won't have a Dispel for such a long time. If he wants to go like a Yule Scepter or something, then he doesn't have a Maelstrom. That
Dire's
feels really
bottom
bad
tower
too.
is under attack.
Maybe BKB is next item, but it's so far away.
Yeah, and also what makes this really bad as well for the split push
Radiant's
is
top
exactly
tower
that
is
X
under
mark. You
attack.
can just see the Kunkka uses X mark
Radiant's
teleport to cut the
structures
wave
are
in bottom, and they can
fortified.
continue the push.
Yeah.
And walks into the same hero who just showed in bottom, teleported into mid, and is gonna die for this.
Yeah, quick, easy kill. Not too much to say.
A tool to teach.
All right, quick pop quiz. Don't look at stats. Who is
Radiant's
the only
top
hero
tower
who
is
hasn't
under
died?
attack.
Only hero hasn't died. Kunkka?
You are correct. Kunkka is the only
Yeah.
one. 605.
I mean, he's so tanky. Yeah, I didn't cheat for that one, but I just feel like FTC has been non-stop doing what he wants this game.
Yeah. They're just snowballing for more and more kills here. Again, the Ember Spirit goes down. Zoom Zigzag has to run for it. Dev Kid pops the Stampede defensively so that nobody gets caught by another X mark.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a nice game for every single core Nigma. The laning stage they had was just absolutely wonderful. I think, going back a little bit here, because, I mean, the game is pretty despair. I think maybe AdoNis over-rotated a bit with their supports. There were a lot of movements to different lanes.
Yep.
CM taking the portal
tower is
top, the
under
TPs
attack.
towards mid, over and over. The more you move,
Radiant's
the
middle
more you
tower
struggle
has
to
fallen.
actually have the resources to do something. It costs, TPing mid costs something, you know, your TP is on cooldown. I think maybe the rotations is the problem, but yeah. Hard to say exactly
Yeah.
what went wrong when everything is looking so bleak.
Yeah, it's hard. No, I mean, it's when you have to write a list of issues.
Yeah.
Where do we start?
Dear
Oh,
diary.
Dear diary. Indeed. But yeah, like Matthew, he got to make some moves into mid, like without any supports getting any responses. And of course, the Crystal Maiden, when he rotated top to try and kill the Gyrocopter, had to teleport back to bottom without taking the portal. So you know, all that time leaving Weaver alone, Centaur with the wrong item builds. You know, just the list keeps piling.
Yeah, I think the Bracer, honestly, that one...
That was a grief.
I'm going to blame the entire game on the Bracer. If there was one thing I could, you know, sort of crystallize the loss into, it would be this starting build by...
Yeah, it was a bit of a grief.
Yeah. I mean, he got solo killed by a Gyrocopter in a 1v2 situation. He had help even. Still died.
And they're smoking bottom. We'll catch the Weaver with this one. Orchid is down, so that's going to be Nitro dropping Miracle for another kill. And still one more minute of Aegis. They've only finished off the tier 2s in top and mid, so the bottom tier 2 is the only one that remains. Another
Radiant's
amp
bottom
damage.
tower is under attack.
Talked about the 95% total. Where's the missing 5%? Is it the 5% concentrated power of will?
It must be that. The Centaur getting coiled up here on top lane, getting right-clicked a lot, but there is help nearby. CM trying to catch the puck. Good move.
Yeah, actually a really good move, because they're going to get... I'll hold myself for a moment, because they won't get that kill, but they will in bottom, because Zigzag is dead, and now the wave is pushing to the high ground. Miracle's already pushing in, and he's created enough space on Sumail. He might drop here. Oh, he got denied!
No.
You do not like to see that happen. Just bought back to hold to the base and the defense, while they're trying to kill the puck that's been creating space, and he gets denied.
Oh my god, that was so much effort to try and bring him down. They used everything. The Stampede, the CM ulti, the wraparounds, so much effort going into that kill only for neutrals to take it away. Oh, that has to sting so badly for AdoNis.
Even though Yorn position where you're basically nearing defeat. And another pause. More lag?
Oh, we have another pop quiz. Who's gonna get the kill? Look at the Centaur HP.
Rocket Barrage versus Ongoing Flame Break. Oh, he has Tree also on him.
I mean, last time it was a level 1 Bushwhack that won, so I'm gonna go with the Flame Break to got this one.
You go with
I
Flame
believe
Break.
in Kuroki here.
Right. Let's both go with Kuroki. I mean, I'm just gazing at the tree for all of you people to view. This is a perfect moment to check out some tree trauma. Yeah, tree.
Tree.
Who came up with tree?
Nothing to explain, just tree.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what trees do. They tree.
Trees do tree. Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Welcome to Dota in the morning, where trees tree. I mean, this game, we can kind of recap a bit here that Nigma, they just looking very, very solid here in the way they started out this series, right? It's only game 1, you know, you don't have to kind of like lose all your hopes here for AdoNis, but they looked very, very focused from the get-go. I think they picked themselves really good chain combos. They have like so many heroes who can play together between the different disables they have. Oh, we'll see who he dies to.
My name shall live on.
Both in the
normie answer. Yeah.
Any 2% believers out there in chat? 98 to 2% win probability.
I think 2% is generous for this game.
Yeah.
That's Gaben giving a sweet deal.
It's just down to the high ground defense with 3 heroes. They already did manage to get a bit of a push going on in bottom, but really taking their time to slowly get to those sweet buildings.
I mean, that's another problem. Their lineup doesn't have high ground defense. Like, well, what's the spell? What are you doing? Sleight of fists, I guess. That's it.
Yeah, Acorn Shot.
Acorn Shots? Yeah. It's not the most oppressive high ground defense. There's no Illuminator or something like that.
Jungle tactics ain't effective here. Blow darts and stuff.
Yep, no, they're gonna back out, play it safe here on the side of Nigma. This is the sign of a team that's coming here to win. When you're 23k gold ahead, took the enemy tier 3, but you still say, you know what, we're not giving them a chance to win a team fight. Let's finish up the timings properly here and then take the win.
Yeah, and it's also sometimes a team strategy as well, as we see Merkel take a 1v5.
Dear God. That poor maiden, man.
Yeah, I love how he's going back and forth as well. They finally bring in the backup here. Orchid again on the Weaver, completely countered. Miracle doesn't seem like he's phased at all by the damage that he's facing here as he goes for an ultra kill, set up for a rampage, and Kuro for the steal! GG, we're done with game number 1.
They mastered Kuroki. The Firefly did it.
Well,
that was not intentionally ruining the rampage. He stood by, he didn't do anything, but what can you do?
He let nature take its course. So, Nigma Galaxy for the victory. 25 minutes in this one. AdoNis, well, they didn't really prove to be that much of a challenge, or at least not really a barrier in the way of Nigma Galaxy, because it definitely looked like a speed run performance from Nigma. Beating the lanes, FBZ remains unkilled at the end, 7-0-10 with this Kunkka. It's back to the drawing board for AdoNis.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, next game, maybe they can make a comeback, but they need to really think about laning stage.
Yeah, what is the big thing that you can change here?
I think you need to have like something that plays more confidently on the side lanes. Like I don't know. I've seen a lot of Hoodwinks not work out today, and I don't really know why. Because normally Hoodwink is a strong side laner. It should be really bully, and even the Centaur combo should also be really strong. But am I really coming back to the Bracer again? God damn it, dude. I think Centaur didn't have the impact he should this game. I'm gonna say it. That this hero is rated as one of the strongest offlaners right now, and I haven't seen a single player go for the Bracer first out of the ones that I've watched.
Well, we're gonna take a tiny break and see if AdoNis can get their package together, because Nigma absolutely convincing in game number 1. We shall return with the Finsui cast back in a few minutes. And we're ahead of the timer, so all of you people who are thinking that it's still 1 minute to the start of the game, we are back here with T-Panda and Wagamama, and we're very happy to be here to cast some MENA close qualifiers with the 4 teams. We saw one series played out before, and now heading over to game number 2 of Nigma Galaxy versus AdoNis. You are very welcome to join us here, and also make sure to tune in to our sister channels as well. Those can also be found with a multi-Twitch link if you want to watch multiple streams at the same time, including us, but otherwise ESB_Dota2_EN, and then add a letter at the end if you want to look at our 4 ongoing streams at the moment. So there's a lot of East European Dota, a lot of SCA Dota, but here, Waga, we're watching Nigma versus AdoNis in the MENA qualifier.
Yeah, we're back with game number 2 here. Our first game was an absolute Gaben top hat level shellacking there by Nigma. They crushed that game. AdoNis didn't really stand any chance. The side lanes fell apart quickly. Mid lane was outplayed, and then with some help on the runes as well, solidified that Sumail was having a fantastic start. But, you know, if I had to pick someone who was like the pillar of stability, was probably going to be FBZ in that game. He looked just monstrous. But yeah, AdoNis back to the drawing board is what we said after the first game. They struggled a bit with how it played out from lanes. And look at their approach here. They're going to go with the Nature's Prophet, a hero that can definitely help with the early game a bit, having that global presence.
Oh, yeah, and especially now that they have more draft time to actually think about their picks. They went for the Nature's Prophet opener and leaves a lot of room to maneuver, because last draft they had 0 flex going on in the first 4 picks that they had, while Nigma had like 3 to 4 heroes they could throw into so many positions, and they got themselves the lanes that they saw successful with, and they also executed based on that. I would like to see AdoNis at least have some kind of a wild card up their sleeve that would allow them to push an edge into one of their lanes, because it looked like all of the lanes were in peril.
It's pretty important to try and have something, I feel, at least that has the potential to go to different lanes, so that you're not completely predictable in how you're going to play out your draft. It's become a very, very big thing. You know, it's the evolution of Dota throughout the years has gone more and more towards those mixed picks that can go wherever. And that also goes towards the flexibility of your players. Are you capable of doing it? Nigma, though, going with the Batrider, you know, worked out really well.
I had a question on that, actually, for you, Waga. Are you a historian?
Not so much, but what type of history are we talking?
Dota history. Like, can you go me through the phases of Dota evolution in drafting and execution? Like, how did it all start when it went to the Rat Dota? What happened after that? You know, like, do you have like some time periods of Dota, this type of Dota happened at that time?
Not necessarily, but I am basically a piece of history myself, being basically a dinosaur.
Absolute based
in the Dota scene. I started playing, you know, when Dota was completely undiscovered. You know, 15 minutes of refreshing the custom games tab with all the footman frenzies being in the way to try and find a single game of Dota. So I've gone through the ages. You know, I lived that life, but
Vi spelar lite Dota.
As an old dementia, you know, person now, I can barely remember, you know, what I had for breakfast. But no, I mean, we've seen grand evolutions. I just can't really pinpoint them.
That is completely fine. Based Waga, I'm happy to have you here in the casting booth with me. Bringing the Nordic color into this qualifier, as the draft has already progressed. You were going on about the Crystal Maiden, the solid support pick, but Nigma shaking things up a little bit here. They want to bring up this Mirana, and we know if it's a Mirana and Sumail is in the team, is there a chance we might see a core Mirana this game?
I mean, there's a chance. A lot of teams have been playing a lot of support Mirana lately, so it's also very likely that we might see that come out. But definitely Nigma again setting up with that potential, right? The flex potential. Sumail does play it really well, but most core players do not enjoy Mirana that much anymore, ever since she lost her crits on the Shard, on the Leap. The new Shard is pretty good, though, I will say. It's being slept on a lot. The Shard is... I've been hyping it before as well, that after all the subsequent buffs it's gotten, it's actually pretty damn good nowadays. Guaranteed double Starfall onto everyone who gets hit by it. Huge range and AoE on it. It has good slow addition. Like, it does a lot of things. And a bit of damage on itself. AdoNis focusing more on what they're doing here, going for the Nature's Prophet, CM, and Mars. I mean, these are heroes that should be able to fight pretty early. You have the arena, which will be annoying to try and get out of for Batrider and Mirana, some mobility-based heroes.
Yep, yep. Maybe helps their laning out a bit as well. But now that I see Nature's Prophet and CM both in the draft, we've seen CM played as a 5. That leaves either Furion as a 4 or a 1, maybe even in this case. Well, I'll take that 1 out of the books as we see the Alchemist. Unless we're going to see some kind of bait tactics where we put, like, Phonic offlane Alchemist type of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, offlane Alchemist has been played, but, and it could be done. They throw a mid-Mars, that's a real curverball. Mid-Mars, offlane Alch, and then pick a last pick carry, or even throw the Nature's Prophet like you mentioned.
Yep.
There's potential there. Speaking of flex potential, we got TB picked up. This hero is very hard to predict these days with him being played so much as a support, but I still think a carry TB looks pretty solid here.
We are living in 2024. TB is a flex pick.
Yeah, I've seen TB anti-mage lanes, dude, multiple times. Like, I've seen that lane, and the funny thing is, I've seen it 3 times. It's won every single time.
Yep.
Just saying, that's not something you expected to see in the past.
And that's something I actually like to play when they were against each other. It's like, if I play a Terrorblade carry, an opponent has an anti-mage carry, I would tell my team, we could swap lanes and I'll just spam Q. He monoburns himself and he takes so much damage from it. But when you put those two in the same lane together...
Join forces. Yeah, I mean, TB is not a bad option as a carry here against Alchemist. It does really well. Yes, the arena is annoying for Mars to block your ranged attacks when you're in the Metamorphosis, but otherwise, you stand really well against Alch with TB having so high armor, so you have tons of survivability.
There is the option of, even if you don't get to hit, you can stand at the walls of the Colosseum and wait for your buddy till you can sunder at the right time. So you also have a save versus the arena if this were a support. But now, as we've revealed the Pangolier, I don't think we're necessarily getting a support Terrorblade, because it's really down to, does Sumail want to play this Mirana? Does FBZ want to play the offlane Batrider? Flex is definitely there, and AdoNis, they just got to hit it right here.
Yeah, I mean, I would suspect just gonna be straight up a mid Pango, carry TB, offlane Centaur is sort of the standard way to run this, but the flex is abundant in Nigma's potential. AdoNis, what are you gonna round out the draft with here? What's the last pick? You go with the Huskar. We saw it not work out very well against the Pango last time in the previous series today, but it should be a really good matchup. So let's see if he gets the ball right and get the first creep wave right, because this is pretty much an unplayable lane for Pango if the skill is even, if things are even.
Yeah, and as you can see, the heroes are getting locked in. No shenanigans out here. Sumail going for the Pango. Kuro going to bring up that Mirana into the support position. So now that we have our drafts on the board, I would like to ask some quick thoughts about you. But firstly, as I throw us on camera once again, as we're waiting for the game to load in, FBC picks the Batrider, so Matthew supports Centaur. I just want to mention that quickly. But Waga, I see some wild text on your shirt, but it's slightly at the bottom. And can you put your gamer posture? What is that?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's selling out my own brand here. Yeah, my merch store recently released. So T-Panda, if you want to get yourself a Bad in Look shirt.
Oh, I'm thinking about it.
You can do that. Yeah, Bad in Look is simply someone very angrily flamed me many years ago saying that I'm bad in look. It's a bit of a internal meme from my community, but it's I think it could go mainstream for sure.
Well, Dota dinosaur or not,
to be wearing this.
Dota dinosaur or not, I think that was a bad look from him to say that ever. So we love you, Waga. Matthew, Centaur support. Does that change things for Nigma a bit? We get the core Batrider instead. What do you think about that?
It changes stuff a little bit. Yeah, it's very nice in pairing with the TB. So I suppose you're gonna run the TB combo with it. But yeah, we'll see. We didn't really have time to look at how they wanna go into lanes with this. But yeah, it's another flex that we didn't even mention. But support Centaur has been played a lot in the past. It's definitely something that brings a lot of utility once he hits level 6. Having the ulti available globally is kind of nice as a support tool. And they have the Mirana Invis.
True. A lot of tools to work with. And of course, early on here, Zoom Zigzag with the Nature's Prophet goes for the teleport ward. Both of the wards placed down. One already on the cliff side of the Radiant side of the map, and of course a cliff ward placed as well. And there we go for the early brawl. Flame Break nicely landing there on top of 3, and that pushes the Husker in a place he does not want to be in. Sumail for the first blood, and maybe another one with a blood grenade connected onto the Crystal Maiden. Double kill for the mid. Yes, sir.
Oh god, that is not what you want. You're playing Huskar against Pango. You're like, yes, I can shut him down. I can crush this lane. It's gonna be great. And then the double kill first blood for Sumail just says, nope, I'm gonna have bottle already. It's already on the way. Game hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, we can see the yak basically bring in that bottle with a nice stuffed set of pillows on top of its back. You know, Sumail feeling like the king. Get those pillows for his throne. Meanwhile, Nitro, oh, not a third kill. Not at least, but Alchemist is low.
The battle begins.
He's fine, but yeah, like you said, he drops pretty low. He's going to use the tower region here. Actually, it looks like he might go all the way base TP out to the lane. So doesn't want to stick around, but that means he's going to have TP on cooldown. And if he dies early in the laning stage, that would be devastating. A single kill would put him at a danger spot then.
Kuro is also dropping here. Bonk is available. Kuro has Starstorm level 1. Not even needing a Bonk Mars with that extra range. That spear will connect, so at least AdoNis will pick off a kill. But the laning stage has already started, so by the time they get this kill, Miracle has a free lane for himself and at least gets to secure 1 or 2 last hits.
Yeah, Miracle getting a very nice start, as you mentioned there. Very importantly, getting to hit creeps undisturbed. And mid lane, we'll see how we should keep an eye on Sumail here still, how the first creep waves go for him. Still going to be very important. Sure, he got the double kill, but the matchup is still not easy. And New did get level 2 first here, since he won the body block.
So looking at an extra set of tangos flying in for, well, not flying in, walking in towards the lane for the Husker. For extra regeneration, while the other has a bottle to work with. Also, the level 2s are up as well. Meanwhile, Matthew does find a kill off of Cold. So the Crystal Maiden, you know, you've got Flame Break and Stun, and of course these two, they hit pretty hard. So Alchemist is getting zoned out of the lane by the support Centaur now.
It's a pretty nasty combo. The Flame Break does really good at just setting up for the Hoof Stomp. So even though Centaur can be pretty predictable, he runs at you, you know he wants to stun, the long range of the Flame Break can really catch you off guard.
At the same time, the bottom lane, it's going to be a big push under the tower. Miracle, I wouldn't wonder too much if he just pops Metamorph here, as he will, with the reflection, and they can just hunt them down. These creeps are dying to the tower at the same time, so not only losing heroes and taking damage, but all that money is going down the drain, which Mars is being zoned out of by Kuro's Mirana. Fighting him on the high ground there, forcing out the Starstorm, and still has leaps to work with, but not in risk. Zoom Zigzag does go for the teleport behind him. Miracle has to throw in a couple hits to at least zone out the Nature's Prophet, but every hit the NP does also increases his armor, but still, TB punches like a truck.
Yeah, TB just hitting so damn hard, and having the early Wraith Band, buying a second one even, he's gonna get so much survivability here, and you'll see a lot of action. Top lane now again, same thing here, the CM getting a little bit far out of position, and there's that combo push back. Centaur just finishes it up.
Yeah, even if it is a split kill, it's still a kill that opens up FBZ the lane again, and Matthew can just keep an eye open on Nitro. And also he gets to block the easy camp once again. The sentry gets taken out, and the camp will not be available for the Crystal Maiden to pull.
Yeah, one thing to mention is that, you know, at least for AdoNis, this mid Huskar versus Pango, despite Pango having double kill first blood, it's going better than the last time we saw it. Sideways just keep finding kills here.
Yeah, and that was actually Kuro pretty much all by himself. Just a reflection from the TB, and Kuro finishes the rest. 2 points in Starstorm now. Level 3 Mirana this early on when the Mars is only level 2. He doesn't have the tools to fight them back or keep them at bay. Meanwhile, Cold and Matthew will both go down. So Nitro does get a kill with the Acid Spray, but he has 4 last hits. He's been zoned these early 3 minutes in the laning stage and only now finding a bit of relief.
I mean, the tough part is that CM has died 4 times, and Alk is still not touching creeps. He's still not able to farm. So you have a support who's dedicated to trying to keep you farming. Mid lane, dive onto Sumail here with TPM. That's gonna help them get a kill there. So this is like the real hope here for AdoNis. Mid lane and Huskar and his momentum. Because side lanes are looking rough right now.
Yeah, 4 minutes in, still already a 2K lead, and as you can see, the CS department not looking too heavy for AdoNis. Nitro loading up this stun here. He's gonna hit both of them, but they can still continue going. Hoof Stomp is available, and so are the Napalm stacks that they just keep applying on him, and that stick will do no good for him. FBZ for the kill, and the Alk killed off, so that is you know, this lane just doesn't get a break.
Yeah, this is completely horrendous. I want to say they are getting completely outplayed or out-comboed here. The Centaur Batrider honestly seems unplayable against for the Crystal Maiden. I think CM, you know, is a hero that can be quite nice. I think that she's not bad, but she can't even walk close. Look at how fast she just takes down here.
Yeah. It's just not
Batrider farming.
Yeah, that's the funny thing as well. Bat can actually farm these at the same time, and Alchemist is trying. He's even feels like he's helping out with the acid spray, hoping that he could get a couple last hits, but it's just making it easier for FBC to get some more CS. Well, Dep Kid goes down to the bot lane. Another Metamorph used by Miracle.
I mean, it's desperate times to be an alchemist. You want to ramp up your farm, but he has less last hits and denies total than the TBS denies only. And he has 33 last hits too to his name on the TB, so Miracle is having a fantastic time bottom.
But at least things have changed a bit in terms of the mid matchup. The previous Husker Pango we saw, Pango was doing a great job keeping up while Nitro and Matthew might actually drop here. A lot of minus armor applied. He will drop. Goes for one final double edge, but is that enough for the Batrider to capitalize on? 5 stacks of Napalm, can't get to the Alchemist, and then Kuro gets a kill off of Zoom Zigzag, throws the arrow from close range onto the Mars, and Miracle hunts him down.
Oh my god, this bottom lane is just putting on a clinic as well. Now been involved in 6 kills is the Terrorblade. Of course, the Mirana doing even more, being involved in 7 of their takedowns already, and yeah, this is... I mean, it's just really falling apart faster than you can break it down. They're getting close to level 6 timings as well on the side of Radiant now, which will be big. I think at this point, don't play to even try to win the side lanes anymore. Like, try and find a backup plan. CM maybe prep small camp, you know, stack up for the Alchemist, try and acid spray up some small creeps, and play around your Huskar timings, because he's the one that you can actually rely on to some degree.
Yeah. And also looking at net worth, well, the Mars is already behind Kuro's Mirana, surpassing the off-lane Mars by 200 gold, while Sumail, who has been jungling the majority of the time here, not even willing to fight the Husker, now gets the backup from both of his supports, and Anumi will drop. Sumail, he is also dead. He burns to his death, and that is a risky tip, sir. I wouldn't do that if I were you.
In a game like this, it's, you know, punch first. He's swinging. He did get the kill, so always something.
They might get this Batrider. This is going to be difficult. The lasso is there, and Alk is burning. Blood Grenade flies through as well to FBZ, but it doesn't connect. Now Crystal's just taking the tower, so Mail will get a revenge out of that one, get a kill for himself.
Even tried with the sentry around the trees there to try and get vision enough for another frostbite, but not going to be able to bring down the Batrider as Batrider.
And it's a race for the Wisdom Rune here, but Depkid seems like he's going to beat this one. Kuro only 1 leap charge. That is, level 1 leap is a total of 156 seconds of cooldown, making it one of the longest cooldowns you have as a basic ability.
That's actually true, yeah. Even longer than Metamorphosis, technically. If you only you could break up Metamorphosis into several charges. Oh, that's a TB buff we can see.
Oh, that's a thing for the next patch.
Where every tower you just pop a meta.
Oh, the ideas that are brewing here. We already talked about the toggle rapiers and all. We do have some good ideas from time to time. And Numi, though, surprised by the Rolling Thunder into the arrow. Nice poke there onto the Husker, but Sumail not willing to dive. Matthew also shows up with the level 4 Centaur, and they spot Cold under a ward. Does that see the Ops ward, though? I don't think he sees it. He sees it. Okay, he sees it, but he's going to die for it.
Yeah, it's always hard to tell because, you know, from a high perspective, you might not have a, you know, you need a...
We had a term for that, which was called one unit gaming. One pixel here or there.
Yeah, it's also just, you know, when you look from one perspective, it might look like the sentry catches it. From a different perspective, it looks like it doesn't. So it's a tricky part.
The fighting's about to begin.
That was a Miracle 1v2ing the bottom lane, getting a Mars kill. And he doesn't even have Sunder. Now Nitro is being set up in the top lane. Matthew, Kuro coming in. The reinforcements are arriving from AdoNis, but they're just trying to bait them in for a lasso play. FBZ, he's done this before. Oh, and he gets to Husker. And Sumail returns the tip.
He got into a tip game, and here comes the payback.
Yep.
Pango has roll, but they're kind of low HP. Don't really want to dive under tower. At the same time, they don't want to leave any time and space for this Alchemist to farm, so Matthew is just chasing him.
That ulti is going to run out now.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Nice stuns, but they don't have the damage as both Batrider and Pango run away. Pango's coming back, though.
Also, I'm looking at the bottom lane at the same time, but there's nothing happening there. But the Crystal Maiden get taken down by Kuro, now on a killing spree. Alchemist hides under the tower. Matthew and Kuro will just establish control in the area. This Alchemist has no room to farm, and 1,700 gold sitting in his pocket.
He wants the Radiance, right? He wants that farm tool. He wants the way to try and kill off the TB illusions. But even if he gets Radiance, you know, Reflection might still be good against him.
Yep.
And this Radiance timing, normally for Alk, you want like a 10, 11, 12 maybe minutes timing. This is not going to be any of those. It's going to be a very late Radiance if he even commits to going for it. He might have to buy something else.
Yeah, what are your options at this point? Like, Battle Fury? Ugh.
I mean, anything is better than nothing, basically. If the game keeps being this despair, you're better off just going for whatever you can.
I don't know, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, Maelstrom is still a solid option. Mjolnir doesn't feel too bad. Go for some Mjolnir SNY. It's not what you wanted, but, you know. Yeah. This relic is a far way away still.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Top tower to fall as well, so that is basically an area that is completely out of AdoNis' control, but they can fight around it because Kuro is being ulted there by Inuyumi. All of his leaps used, so no leaps for a very long time.
Look at Miracle coming in towards mid. He wants towers.
Maybe he wants kills too. Zigzag is there, teleport's available, and Urn with no charges. There's the Metamorph popped. The slow comes out as well and just punctures this Nature's Prophet full of darkness. The demon throws in those big hits. Almost 200 right-click damage on this TV and a Metamorph.
And no reaction immediately here. Mars does not want to get involved in this, it seems. He's just farming bottom. So mid tower quickly taken down by this nice little move, utilizing that Mirana Invis to get in position for this.
8,000 gold lead. If you look at the graph quickly, well, Nitro's being initiated on 9% win probability game and not really favoring AdoNis at all. But they are, at the same time, giving respects to a lot of people call the GOAT Miracle.
That's true. I mean, Miracle is playing very, very clean this game as well. He's 5-0-3, hasn't needed skill ulti even. Level 10 now, is he even gonna put a point in it, or does he keep going down the Conjure image? Surely he's fine. Just keep breathing.
Yeah, lasso used in the bottom lane. Deathkit still holding on to the arena. Sumail is approaching. Zigzag goes down and also going to lose this Mars with the defusal slow. The arrow will connect. And again, more kills going for these bottom laners. Also, Sumail picking up his next one. Miracle 6-0 on this TB, still uncontested.
I mean, they're just outclassing them super hard here. Nigma showing why they're the team to beat in this qualifier, right? And he did take the Conjure image now, so even more damage up to 70% damage. Yep. Illusions TB. And speaking of illusions, he's not too far away from the Manta style.
Yeah, look at the FBZ just run down Nitro here in the top lane, forcing out that Alk ulti. And Cole does get that CM ulti off, so that's a support Centaur. And Inuyumi is hunting for the bat, but unfortunately, no mobility for him, so he can't catch up.
Yeah, difficult. And this is such a hard game for Inuyumi to play, because normally this is the timing you want to be dominating as a Huskar. And he did win mid, to be fair, even against the double kill Pango start. He did basically everything he could, I would say, this game. but the timing just isn't there because all his teammates are so weak at this stage, and level advantage is massive. So going Roche, kind of difficult for this Huskar at this point, and pushing towers is just out of the question. He's being hunted right now by this smoke rotation.
Blink Lasso. There's a CM who could Frostbite, though, so he has to wait that out. Matthew goes into the Stampede. FBZ, nice little preemptive blink to the other direction, and now locks down the Huskar. Here comes Sumail for the backup. Matthew will drop, but they still have the damage to follow this one through. No CM ulti, burns down to his death. Sumail to secure Zoom Zigzag as well, make it 3 for 1.
They're looking like bowling pins, you know?
Yeah.
Looking at this Pango rolling back and forth, and it's like, he's coming back around, and they can't move at all. Because of the sticky napalm held in place.
Just an idea for some of those graphical designers out there. You could make a nice bowling alley animation of Pango rolling down pins. Because we see those wild animations on YouTube and all that. You could make one with a Dota theme.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things when you see like short film contests and stuff coming around. Always fun to see the creativity of stuff.
Oh yeah, one of the big highlights of the year, definitely.
Speaking of highlights, the Alchemist did reach his goal, basically. He got the Sacred Relic and has the Talisman of Evasion in just 70 gold, so not too shabby, actually. He found some space and time here.
It has come at the cost of his supports, yeah. The Crystal Maiden is soaking it up, but progress is progress.
Yeah, it's just fueling the factory here, the blood of CM.
Blood for the Blood God, or how did it go?
Yeah, 9 deaths at 14 minutes. This is average CM experience, actually. Batrider, 1 second cooldown, Lasso.
Yep. There goes your Alk. He did finish the Radiant, so a couple of misses applied by Sumail, but most of this damage is coming through magical, so they don't mind too much about it. Miracle gets the TP away from a Huskar. Doesn't really feel too threatened about that either, but that allows Depkit to also get a bit of... He's actually dying to this TV illusion.
Yeah, he's just getting absolutely shredded by it, as he has the full Manta, Dragonlance, Power Treads, double Wraith Bands. You know, this TV hurts.
Any itemization build coming out of the ordinary? I feel like we're looking at standard builds over here.
Everything looking very standard. The Huskar is going BKB next as well, getting himself that. Pango has his Diffu.
CM roll, maybe die for the 10th time. Zoom Zigzag is also around, and Yumi will drop first. And that's going to be CM's death average of 1.5 per minute. Roki's also in the mix here. Well, not 1.5, sorry, 0.75 deaths per minute to be
I appreciate it. I give you time to see if you would correct
my error, yes.
Or if I would have to write a stern email later to our casting for this. But no, Alchemist now getting run down as well here. He got found again. The sad part is he has his Radiance, so yeah, he can farm a little bit faster, but he still doesn't have any survivability, and the items are just online.
Yeah, these TV illusions causing issues in the mid lane. You have both melee illusions and the ranged ones from Mantis and from Conjure Images, so have a bit of mix of everything here. Miracle has got his Skadi on his sights now.
Yeah, Skadi, I love the idea of early Skadis in general on TB. A lot of people go for something else, like adding in butterflies or whatever, but honestly, you don't really need it. Skadi gives you so much survivability on TB. It's 680, I think, 684 HP, or something like that. And on TB, who has so high armor, it's incredibly valuable. And of course, the slow and the heal reduction against the Huskar, it's just going to be amazing.
Like you're countering the Alchemist pretty hard with Skadi. Like I feel worried for Nitro. Even if you do scale well with this hero or hit a powerful power spike, the sooner that Skadi comes online, it feels like this Alchemist still doesn't feel like it's gonna give enough for AdoNis. So and also for the Huskar too.
I don't know if he will ever feel like enough. You know, a 16,000 gold lead when you're having an Alchemist game usually goes the other way around. Usually. When you're behind this hard on a hero that wants to be ahead, it's rough.
And Yumi targeted again. This combo has worked every single time. Rolling Thunder into the arrow from Kuro. Kuro might be sacked though, and Yumi will find a kill before he falls, but just massive nukes on both Cold and Yumi will take him down, and there goes Nitro as well. FBZ Blink Lasso still available, by the way. but goes the other direction. Can't find the Mars on time for a lasso, pull him into the teammates, and get a 4th kill. They'll suffice with 3. They're actually going to suffice with the series. They tap out Nigma Galaxy to the next round.
I mean, that's not too early, to be honest. Yes, it's a super fast finisher by Nigma, dominant fashion, and AdoNis, I think they know when they're beat.
Yeah.
I'm generally a proponent of trying until the very end. I would say this is the very end. There's no coming back from what Nigma are doing here. Nigma would have to run in and like die under tier 4 towers in order for this to ever swing the other way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This was basically the end of the road. Basically in this game, you already know our scaling and our power spikes will do absolutely nothing, even if we ever get to that phase. So 33-8, the final score line for Nigma Galaxy in the second game. What is there to say? There was not that much of a competition in this one, but of course, I guess you have to say it was kind of expected. This is the highest seed versus the lowest seed of this qualifier, so
yeah.
It was a speed run for Nigma Galaxy. Like we said in game 1, it definitely held to game 2 as well on the same pace.
I mean, Nigma, they're looking solid. It's hard to gauge their strength here in this game. They weren't truly tested in this series, but, you know, it's boding well for them going forward. And I think a lot of fans are happy to see that, you know, they are, as they should, crushing this matchup here. Because, you know, Nigma, you know, they're a tough team to be big fans of at times. They can be, you know, heartbreaking for a lot of people out there. But here, they're looking very, very solid. Can't really complain about anything from any player. Everyone was very focused, very on point. So hoping that they will continue to take the qualifiers very seriously here.
Yeah, and that also leads us to the end of the day. That means that Winter Bear 2-0 versus Gamax Saudi and Nigma Galaxy 2-0 versus AdoNis means Winter Bear and Nigma will face off tomorrow at 11 CET for the upper bracket final spot, and Gamax Saudi versus AdoNis in the lower bracket. That's what we start the day off with at 8 CET in the morning. So tune in for those 2 series tomorrow. We will know one team that gets knocked out from the qualifier and one who will wait in the grand finals in this 3-day qualifier. But for today, what you can still do is head over to ESB_Dota2_EN underscore either B or C, or just go straight up to the ESB Dota 2 EN main channel to watch what is going on with East Europe and Southeast Asia. Those games are still rolling, and make sure you follow the channels, mark them up, because there's going to be more Dota on all of these channels throughout this year and for the future to come as well with these ESB events. So, Waga, this was an enjoyable first day, and we're looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow here as well with us. So until then, Waga, any last words, any last thoughts?
No, I'm excited for what tomorrow brings. I think, you know, first rounds, it can usually be a bit one-sided. That's what we got in the series here. I hope tomorrow we'll see, you know, the teams tested a little bit more, because this was pretty dominant performances in both series. So maybe tomorrow will be a bit more hype to see who's going to actually come out and take it.
But until then, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night or good day, and bye-bye.